Good morning once again, everyone. I guess it kind of is morning. It's 12 o'clock here. It's not even really morning anymore. That is quite all right. Welcome once again, everyone. William Stuart here of USA Darts. Happy to be here for another fantastic day of coverage here at the 2023 NDA Team Dart. We are a little bit early. We're supposed to start our stream at 1 p.m., but we wanted to come in and give you as much coverage of this Masters team event as we could. So right now we've got Sin City taking on SD Elite. So that's going to be a fantastic match, and I actually need to update our scoreboard real quick. We will go ahead and just kind of pump up some music for you for a little bit. We're going to be working on a couple things in the background before we give you our full coverage here a little bit later on. So full coverage with commentary here in just a little bit of time. We want to thank you folks for joining us today for another fantastic day of action here in Las Vegas. We'll go ahead and post that up, maybe blow up the scoreboard here a little bit. All righty, let's go ahead and change that score line now. It's 2-0 in favor of SD Elite. Pretty quality team we've got here is Scott Hanish there, a guy we always frequently have a laugh with on our streams, including the CSC Challenger Series. If you've been a part of that one, always get a good laugh at him. And of course, Kyle Liddicky, another person in that CSC Challenger Series, which we've had. So we're going to let this play out. I'm going to throw some background music underneath just for right now before we give you some in-depth action here in just a little bit of time, as Nick will make his way down here in just a little bit, and we'll work on a couple things in the background. Appreciate you being here. William Stewart, Nick Dichiria, NDA Team Dart 2023. Thanks for joining us.
Hello everyone, this is Nick Dichiria with USA Darts, and today I have with me Bernie Marsh to talk about NDA and what it takes to be a master referee. First off, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited for another year of darts here, Team Dart.
So what do you exactly do for NDA?
Well, I'm retired from my coin-op business, and I've been retired probably for about 15 years, but the whole NDA is becomes such a tight-knit family when you're working with these people from all over the country and all over the world. It's hard just to let those strings go.
And then, so you also do a lot of refereeing and stuff like that. What does it take to be a master referee and be like someone that's behind the making of the rules that go into tournaments like this?
Well, the master referee, it's a tier.
Okay.
You start with the rules test, and you work into it, and you're level 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to being a master referee. Master referee has the most responsibilities, and it's part of a tournament committee that we do sit down and go through the rules from year to year, because technology in the boards changes all the time. As technology changes, we try to modify our rules to make it better for the players, more fun for the players, and less like worrying about rules and just having a good time.
And then, I mean, you see everyone in this room that's starting to fill up as the tournament's about to kick off and the pool party's going to get going. And we see so many happy faces here. How does it feel to know that there's so many darters that are excited to take part in this event?
Well, like I said, a lot of people come back year to year to year. So, it's a reunion. And then the young people the new people that come first of all, when they walk into the room, they're amazed by seeing 300 dartboards set up in one room. And it may be a little bit intimidating, but the whole tournament runs on different levels, and so they're just excited to, they've talked to their friends that have been here, and they're just excited to get their feet wet and have a good time.
And what got your feet wet into darts? What got you into the community, into the scene?
Well, in 1990, I started a small coin-op business, but I didn't know anything about running darts, and so that's when I joined the NDA. So 30-some years ago is when I joined the NDA. And after a few years like 3 years, there was an opening on the board of directors, so I ran for the board, feeling, because my business was running quite well then, I figured I should give something back to the organization. And, like a lot of organizations, the more you put into them, the more that comes back to you, and it just engulfs you into its life.
And one of the things I noticed, I mean, when I saw you, as you said, there's over 300 boards, there's lights everywhere, and you're in Vegas. It's a busy city, right? I remember my first time 6-7 years ago, I was intimidated at first. What advice would you give to a new player that's playing in a big event like this for the first time?
If you have questions, ask questions. Just don't walk in a circle and then wonder why this happened or why that happened. There's always somebody that's going to be one to answer your question, and if they can't answer a question, they'll find somebody that can answer the question. So just don't be afraid to ask the questions. Don't be intimidated by that.
Well, I know I want to be calling this master ref if my dart misregisters this week, but I know they won't, as we're excited to kick things off at NDA Team Dart 2023. This is Bernie Marsh, and I'm Nick Dichiria.
Alrighty, everybody, how's it going? Will Stuart, Nick Dichiria here. We are back and better than ever for some commentary. We figured why not hop in a little bit early. We figured we'd just crank it on. We were down here working on some things, so I looked at Nick. I said, man, this bracket's kind of moving. You want to just crank it on? He said, sounds like a good plan to me, so hope you guys enjoyed that. I know it's not the full production value with the no commentary, but at least you guys get to enjoy a match or two. And
well, we saw these guys on the board here. We're like, how can we not show this caliber of play over here? As we're excited to be bringing everything back and ready for the action with the South Dakota versus the Wisconsin team here. I mean, what else could you ask for?
Well, we also had to recover from last night's 3:30 a.m. stream that we had because if you guys didn't know, yeah, we were up that late. We were streaming the Masters final for doubles event, and that was 0-1. And how about this? Steve Hilger and Garrett Rakowski putting in a quality performance all evening to beat out the German team of Pfaff and Lang. I believe it was Lang, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
You
just
got
wanted
it.
to make sure. But yeah, it was an impressive display. And then third was the team of Kenny Doyle and Nick Selepic of Florida. So
and fourth place, Leonard Gates and Ram Gavere Jr.
There we go. So overall, a pretty good evening of action last night. And this one should be a good one as well. There's Scott Hanisch putting in a nice low ton. And if you're not familiar with any of these guys, you haven't been watching USA Darts because almost every one of them has been a part of our show. Other than, I think, well, Taylor was a part of the CSC, so let's go ahead and state that one. He has been a part of the stream before, but this is John Pilgrim of Black Saddle up there in Wisconsin.
Yeah, of course, they're representing Schmidt's Amusements over there.
Yes.
Facing off against the SD Elite 1, the South Dakota Elites, for MG Leagues and Services. Of course, for South Dakota, we have representing them Joey Mann, Kyle Liddicky, Scott Hanisch, and Taylor Hedman. Black Saddle's team consists of Bob Anderson, John Pilgrim, Matt Graff, and Scuba Steve Diker.
And SD Elite we just saw on the stream, and this is a loser side top 8.
Yes, that is correct. So Black Saddle actually lost their first round against D-Sob 3, so one of the German teams that we have in the building today, but then beat out the team of Jules Van Doggen and the likes for the Kansas City Sharks team.
Yeah, and that KC Sharks team bested Cali Monsters right off the bat. I believe Cali Monsters may be out of this event, are they? No, they're still playing up in the top bracket.
Yep.
Okay. And Cali Monsters, of course, a former champion. Let me go ahead and check here. I know I have that information. Our Masters Team 501 was won by North Dakota. So that was Chip Anderson, Marcus Lawrence, Don Gunville, and Travis Glaju. And then second was Cali Monsters, and that's a team of Chris Lim, James Hopkins, Jeff Johnson, and Shad Newton. Now, they did flip that on the team cricket. So Cali Monsters won, North Dakota was second. Black Saddle actually took third in that one. So I believe the year previous, it was the opposite. So the Cali Monsters won the 0-1, and the North Dakota team won the cricket. So that just shows you how close it was. But the North Dakota team's a little different this year, and you can see them kind of out of the corner of your eye there as we got Dason Alberts, Linus Wallette, and then there's Emery Lawrence as he's participating for North Dakota this year. Unfortunately, Don Gunville, I think Travis Glaju, I haven't seen him, as well as Chip Anderson, are not in attendance this year. So, but back to this game. This should be a quality affair. How many times do you think SD Elite and Black Saddle have played each other in team events?
Oh, I can't even tell you. I can't even quantify it. All I know and what I can see right now is that these teams are going to be very serious today, playing very well. I mean, the Black Saddle team in the round robin yesterday, Will, had only lost 4 legs for the entire 5-round round robin, which is an impressive performance and just shows how dominant they were in their pod.
Well, SD Elite is now on the board with a nice shot there from Scott Hanisch as he makes sure to let us know. You happy with that, Will Stewart?
Well, that is Scott Hanisch from Hanisch Gaming.
Gotta love every bit of that. Have some fun with us, why not?
It's one of my favorite parts about it, when the players have some fun with it, know they're on camera, and want to put on a show.
Well, I'm going to make sure to let him know, you broke my camera. You owe me some Skrilla.
Samantha Hannish saying he's a riot. So, of course, this is going to be the same format that we've been following along with last night, so it's going to be familiar for all those. This is going to be double and double outs, 501 split bowl with a freeze rule in place. Of course, freeze rule means that you cannot take it out unless your partner has a lower score than the other team's combined total.
Bob Anderson gets in with a nice double 7. It'll work to get in. And then nice trip 19. So on the board is the Black Saddle team.
Of course, this is Lids Kyle Liddicky stepping up. Someone from pretty well acclaimed dart player. He's played on a lot of different teams and a lot of different events, and when he's in form, he's the best in the room, and there's no other way around it. Now John Pilgrim stepping up here. We've talked about it a million times yesterday, but getting in on the first round is so crucial in this caliber of event, because as soon as you're in, the scoring power of all these players, I mean, you expect almost everyone to hit 100 plus fairly consistently, if not every single time. So you have to focus on getting in.
I do want to go ahead and mention that I am thoroughly enjoying the Black Saddles nod to basketball with their jerseys.
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it's a good classic look, and I mean, Bob Anderson's repping it well if you can't see it right there in your own very eyes.
The old quality Beers jersey. Why not? Fixing a little issue here. Unthrow that last dart. Make sure we're good to go before we get back after it here. In our top 8 of 01 Masters team event. Of course, we do have round 2 going on for the rest of the crews in the background, so we wanted to mention that as the room is still full. There's still action going on. I think they started early. I think they started, what, 8 a.m.? Or was it 10 start for everybody?
I want to say it was 10 start for everybody today. Yeah, so they actually did have a uniform start time. They didn't stagnate this one.
Okay. Alrighty, so a 10 a.m. start, a little bit easier start then after the Pink Ladies event last night and so forth. So
well, I know everyone's been gunning to get back into it. One of the things you'll see from a lot of these players is the post of how exciting it is when they make it onto day 2 or when they make it onto finale day, and how big of a feeling that is, considering how hard of a feat it is to accomplish.
Looks like those North Dakota boys are playing a German team over there. Unfortunately, that's just out of our streaming capabilities. I think it's the next board over, so we won't be able to hop in and check out that match, but we'll kind of keep you updated about what's going on, hopefully. But I think the story this year, I mean, Germany came to play this year, man. They've got a quality lineup of players, and if they can mesh and find their way, man, they're going to be dominant. I mean, we got, what, 3 teams on the winner's side right now that are German?
Yeah, right now we have 3. Well, we did have 3 teams. Now the top part of the King Seat match has been decided for D-Sob 1 sitting in that position, and potentially an all-German King Seat final. Or King Seat match, excuse me. On the other end, we still have D-Sob 8 and D-Sob 2 in there as well, which those D-Sob teams, I mean, that means that there's 4 German teams kicking it still.
The D-Sob teams, man, they're just dominant. I'm wondering, I haven't really looked in depth at as to who's on what team and whatnot, but if you get the likes of Nico Kurtz and maybe a Kevin Minich or even that Lukic fellow we saw last night, even Pfaff and Lang that were playing good. I mean, oh my goodness.
It's unfathomable the amount of talent that we keep seeing and all these new names we keep seeing. But you're right. I mean, Nico Kurz, of course, one of the most well-known and notorious players at this event, is actually currently waiting to play his King Seat match. His team is the D-Sob 1 team. Scott Hannish is a little bit behind here. Needs to get back in range. So he has a pretty traditional form, sets up in kind of a raised elbow. Normally you kind of see it more on that perpendicular line, but he raises it up just a little bit there, but has a clean follow through and a consistent motion.
Well, I wanted to say I'm severely, severely disappointed in Scott Hamish for not rocking the mustache again this year. Highly disappointed.
Well, his complaints department and HR team will contact you shortly.
I hope he's secretly listening right now as I said that. I think he was creeping on us there for a second. As we're not too far away, folks. I mean, we can't stress how we do have to be a little bit subtle with our calls, because if we get too rowdy, these guys are going to turn and be like, what was that?
Blaine's saying, why is everyone shooting for the 20? It is a split bowl format, so it's going to be not full bowl, 25 and 50 respectively. So that's why you're going to see these players going for those triple segments. John there has to regroup. Kind of slipped that dart a little bit out of his hand, so he's just going to try to regain that composure, step back up to the line, especially after that first dart connecting.
Take a gander real quick. There's the SD boys, and you can see us in the corner there, right above the scoreboard. We're not too far away at all. So, a little look inside, behind the scenes, they say. Some people enjoy that, so.
Well, now you gave up our secret hiding spot.
Now everybody's going to be coming over here. It is unfortunate. I mean, we are featuring 3 boards of action. There's 250 plus boards right now, and it does stink. We can't feature everybody, but there's just so many players and so much action going on. I mean, I said it yesterday. Even the PDC, for the first time in I think ever, featured all 8 boards at the UK Open, which is, even that was very difficult, and even the capabilities on boards 3 through whatever were lower quality. We'll just put it that way. So it would take a lot of setup and a lot of time to make that happen, but never know. In the near future, maybe we'll feature 6 boards or more.
Well, even if not just featuring the boards, one focal point that you saw yesterday's broadcast was the fact that we showed different levels of action. We showed a little bit of a range there, because there's so many different types of players in the room at so many different levels, and it's a good chance to highlight all the different levels of competition here.
Tim saying, at least you're not stuck in the janitor's closet cranking the old light again.
Oh my
remember
goodness.
That?
I do remember that one. The dungeon, as it was called.
Oh, man.
Well, right now these black saddle guys are in great position here, as unfortunately we're having a little bit of a freeze issue for the South Dakota team. So Scott Hamish sitting at 310 needs to get himself to an outrange to potentially have a chance to get back in this leg. One more of those would make a huge difference. Oh, no, that was the worst possible deflection there.
Little flick there at the end, I think.
Yeah. Well, that's just heartbreaking, because if you hit a single 20 there, at least you that big fish out, gives you a chance if it comes back around to you.
Interesting comment over there on YouTube saying it's still madness that it's 9 p.m. in the UK. I'm thinking in regards to just how late it is there, and you know, the time difference, and we're just starting our stream. I mean, it is crazy. And you think about those German players from last night that were up till 3 a.m. in the morning playing that final match. What time is that in Germany? That's nearly 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Nearly 2, and they were up all day. That's just, it's crazy. So I'm interested to hear the take from the Germans on jet lag, and do they feel tired? Is there a little change in that? How do they keep energized?
Well, I know we're certainly looking forward to talking to him later, as I'm going to have a little sit-down chat with all of them and get a good idea of why they're doing so well and what's the secret to their dominance out here. You can see Kyle there had to take a little bit of a step back. At 52, he went for that bull, tried to leave 2 points left for the freeze rule. Now he was about to throw another bull and realized that he could bust it by accident. And I do think that was a smart switch up there. He has to guarantee that Scott at some point will get a chance at an out here, and just hope that the black saddle team misses. But John here, 99 can go. See how he approaches this one. 94 left. Now he's going to go for that trip 18 double top. All those players like to take their time and really find their pace and rhythm. Then going to go back over to that 20 to set up. Is not happy with that one. A little bit of frustration. Scott Hanish can actually put a lot of pressure on this. If he hits a big round right here, it could be detrimental for the Wisco team.
Start to hear some yelling in the background as teams are starting to advance into the money of this bracket.
Bob Anderson here, 63, can take his time with this one. He still has a couple of chances, but if Scott takes out that 105, it could set the precedent for this rest of this match.
And he gets it. Black Saddle goes up 2-1.
You can tell Scott's a little bit frustrated there. He knows that wasn't his A game, and he needs to be bringing it against such a tough team. But, of course, there's no such thing as an easy team in this bracket. I do just want to mention that our King Seat match is now underway. That is going to be the D-Sob 1 team with Nico Kurz and the Lake. And then on the other end, we have the North Dakotans of the Dason Alberts and the crew going at it in the King Seat match.
So they have the best D-Sob 3. And that's going to be a battle between D-Sob 1. And what board is that going to be on?
That's going to be on F7 for the King Seat.
Dang, okay. Well, maybe we can see if we can get that transferred over. We'll see. When did that get called?
3 minutes ago.
3 minutes ago? All right, you guys obviously haven't started yet, right? Let's see about that one.
A little frustration there from Joey, but he got in, and that's all that matters. Of course, you do want to see this one, those big 120 opens, the 152 opens, and everything of the like. But you can't put that level of pressure on yourself. You can't expect perfection at every single dart. It's just unrealistic. And when you get in, just shake it off, be happy you did so, and know you can capitalize with the rest. Matt Graff there a little frustrated. Opting to choose that right side of the board, and we talked about the difference of what double you choose to go in on. I personally am a big fan of the 16 open because you can follow along to 8 or that 7. Gives you a lot more vertical miss, which is more common than missing horizontally, especially at this caliber of level. Carrie's saying, was there any pink ladies on the stream yesterday? If so, we'd like to watch it. As a 3-month cancer-free woman, really want to see some of my friends, especially the one who is still battling. Carrie, absolutely. That is what we started our coverage with. So if you look at the Friday morning coverage, that is what we started with. And we covered the Masters Finals, so we covered a lot of Level 2 and Level 3 of the Pink Ladies event. So be sure to check it out over at USA Darts on YouTube or Facebook, or NDA National Dart Association on Facebook to rewatch that, or go over to our new platform over on StreamStack. Matt Graff here is kind of happy with this board state that he's coming back to, because it's something within range that he can get back to in one turn and close that gap, which he might be aiming to do so. And look at that. A 150 in catches him right back up, and all of a sudden it goes back to the advantage being with the South Dakota team, but not by much anymore. Jeff Hartman saying, love the Beers jersey. Absolutely. Scuba, Steve Dyker there. Wearing one of those Lucky Blowing Glass dart rings. Big fan of that piece of apparel. Something I use in my own dart game a lot. Doesn't make me throw any better, but man, does it make me look cooler at the dartboard. Joey Man now. Can't leave himself an out, but can close that distance by quite a significant margin. And does so with style, 140 for Joey Mann. Of course, we always talk about it in the past, but Matt Graff has such an interesting follow through. He does a full motion twist with his wrist. I was actually playing on one of the sideboards with him a little bit yesterday when we had a break, and I was like, how do you do that? And he's like, well, it just feels natural for me, feels comfortable, and it shows that darts is an any man's sport, with the fact that it doesn't matter how your setup is, how you learn how to play. It matters if you can do the same thing consistently. There's no right or wrong way to throw a dart as long as you're aiming at a board. Or a person that really deserves it. Good last start there from Diker. But no one's on and out yet, so Joey has an opportunity to be the first one to set themselves up, and therefore the first one to be able to shoot at and out. Stays up there. Knowing that this is a freezer format, staying on one number you're hitting the most consistently to bring it down is very important there. We're just having to fix a little thing. Joey accidentally did bump the board when he pulled out his darts. It does happen, especially when you're not used to playing on certain styles of boards. So they're just backing that up real quick here. But Matt Graff knows how important this is. He has to get himself back in range and hope his partner sets himself up nice for an out, or vice versa. You don't want to find yourself slipping behind here, because if Black Saddle could win it here and win 3-1, they'd be ecstatic. You don't want this going to a last leg decider if possible. And a great shot there from Matt, getting himself within range. You want to make sure you don't freeze out your partner, and that's exactly how you do it. Of course, Taylor Hedman might have something to say about that. Scuba. He's going to need to set himself up here, although this is getting really dicey. Set himself up on 1-2-8, which means that Matt Graff will have to get real low and hope that the other team misses, so Scooby can take out that 1-2-8, because that's going to be how the math checks out here with this freestyle format. With 62 left, there's a couple different routes, but he did go for the trip 10 over to the double 16 and takes it out. Joey Mann, South Dakota Elite, now make it 2-all as we head into our last leg decider here. All right, and things are underway here. Just want to give you guys a little update. We are going to be able to stream that King Seat match for the Masters Team 501 Finals. D-Sob won, going up against the North Dakotan team here. So it's going to be super exciting. Of course, they're going to wait to get started, or slash just about to get ready to go by the time this one is done, as we're on our last leg here, and Kyle Liddicky to start us off. See a little bit of frustration there from Lids. Bullseyes and Brewskis in chat. What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
Alrighty, Nick. Sorry about that, my man. Ran up to the tournament bracket, or tournament staff, and we actually got a different bracket runner today, because, of course, there ain't no way he's going to be here this morning running all through last night and this morning. Yeah, so she was like, hey, yeah, of course I'll move that over. She was very nice. Very nice to hear. Miss Judy.
Well, thank you, Miss Judy. Shout out to you.
So we'll be seeing the North Dakota D-Sob 1 team and that King Seat match for the Masters 01 next.
Also saying, hi everyone, only 501, no cricket. We actually do have cricket this evening. It's going to be the doubles cricket all levels matchup that we're going to be watching there.
And then, can I grab that schedule from you? The team cricket is Monday. So that's when that team cricket event will be at 8 a.m. Masters is going to be a little bit different, I assume, because they've been kind of staggering and doing a little bit different stuff with theirs. Speaking of staggered, this evening it'll be doubles cricket. Start times level 6 through 15, 4 p.m. Levels 2 through 5, 6 p.m. And then 7 p.m. start for level 1 and Masters. So we will be live again at 7 p.m. this evening for our evening sessions. So for those that are wondering about that, there you go.
Well, the more you know. Scott Hannon is stepping up here. Needs to get the South Dakota boys in on the second score line. Is able to dial it in after a little bit of a wild first start. Let us know who you have in chat. I've been seeing a lot of South Dakota, a lot of Wisconsin. Let us know who you're cheering for and who you want to see and what's going on. Of course, you can follow along with these brackets over on compusport.us. Just go to the tournament section and look up NDA. And from there, you can follow your every bracket and your favorite players. Kyle's definitely struggling a little bit right now.
Yeah, struggling just a hair, isn't he?
Yeah, he wasn't able to get on his first go-around back there, not able to score quite as powerful as he would have personally liked. See, they're just double-checking the placement. He's like, is that in? Is that not in? Joey just catching the right side of the line there, is able to recover and hit a big 1-2-3 there and kind of get that score line back in check and kind of even out the playing field all across. Slight advantage there for the Wisconsin team depending on how much Bob Anderson can make this one hurt. Could definitely be in charge of setting up who gets to the score line first.
Yeah, Bob choosing the 19s route here. Ooh, man, that you might want to do that yourself. It works. Oh man, nothing like a good electrical tape to keep the mic on your mouth.
Only the best technology at USA Darts.
Hey, why not? Why not?
See, the darts are a little nervy here from these guys as they were hitting them in easy earlier. Now it's a little bit tighter, a little bit more intense.
Definitely a little bit nervy darts here. I mean, we're talking about win and you're still in, and lose you're out. Got a lot of Wisconsin and South Dakota folks joining us to support these teams. Love every bit of that.
I would need a ton plus here to leave it out.
Dason's behind me saying all you North Dakota guys just don't even watch. It's okay. Just kidding.
And that's a huge last dart there. Matt able to make that adjustment, hitting that side angle, and use that barrel to his advantage. He actually used it to glide right on into that treble to be the first one to set up and out. Well thrown dart there.
Yeah, but this could be handy. If nice 180 here would be excellent.
He must have heard you.
Speak it into existence, my man.
It does put a lot of pressure on this, but of course that does mean right now if the Westgate boys can keep low, they can avoid a freeze and go for an out first, although a big one at that.
Difficult go there. Just 60 scored. I do love a 113 out, though. Let me tell you that. Well, I also like a 142.
Well, Joey is going to make sure that the player one score line for the South Dakota elite team will not be frozen.
Yeah, that was a big one.
But the 142 can go here. If it did, I know those boys will go wild. This is gonna be a hard one.
You know what my route is here?
Tell me.
Trip 17s. 2 trip 17s for tops.
Well, not gonna go now. All you can do is set up and hope. That's a huge last start, though. Gives a partner a potential chance. Taylor Hedman, double 10. And you can hear the crowd go wild as South Dakota Elite staves off the Black Saddle team in a last leg decider there, and that was a huge shot from Taylor Hedman. Let's take a look at it.
Maybe a little bit early there, yeah, but he goes ahead and grabs it. SD Elite will move on. As far as that Black Saddle team, we'll be seeing more of them here, well, a couple days down the road as we head to Whammo, and I'm sure we'll be seeing that team in the team event there.
Doing some damage out there as well, huh?
Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely. But for us, we're going to continue on as I think we've got a king seat match coming our way after a few warm-up darts, which, of course, Dason's back here just goofing off instead of taking his practice darts. Now we're all going to be waiting. No, I'm just kidding. He said, I only need 3. There we go. Well, this should be a fantastic affair. D-Sob 1 versus North Dakota. Looking forward to it.
Well, folks, let us know who you're cheering for, what's going on, because D-Sob 1, the Nico Kurz and the like are a very well-accomplished team. And, of course, the North Dakotans are never out of the mix. People are going to be fighting for this throne here for this King Seat match in the Masters Team Finals 501.
All righty, folks. Well, hang tight. We'll be right back with more action here next as we get our King Seat match in Team 01. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Alrighty, folks, we are back in action here. Nick Dichiria joined by Will Stuart, and this is our King Seat match for Masters Team Finals 501. Of course, that man throwing at the line right there is no stranger to success in darts live streams, as that is Nico Kurz representing the German team of D-Sob 1. Of course, we have the Nodak team on the other side here, consisting of Jason Alberts, Zimri Lawrence, Linus Wallets, and Travis Ledker?
Say that one more time. You said Travis who?
Leduker.
Yeah, there you go.
I got it.
That one's a little bit tough. We'll call
Yeah, give me some credit here, Will.
last guy they were calling him, last night we were calling him, or people in the chat were calling him Steve Dyker's twin.
That's an understandable point to be made here. Ryan O'Hare saying, who's on the KC Sharks team this year? That would be Danny, Jules, Mike, and Steve. Which, surprisingly enough, that team is knocked out. But here we go, folks. Let us know who you have and what's going on. As I know, I can see some Germans in the chat already saying, yep, this is exactly what we're looking for. And super exciting to see these players duke it out here for this King Seat match.
Nico's a well-known player in that German area.
Around the world even nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about like Max Hopp, Martin Schindler, Gabriel Clemens, you can put Nico up there as well. I mean, if he returns to Q school and, I mean, takes that chance, you never know. He could get his, tour card and make a run. You never know.
Every time you see Nico in one of those World Series of Darts events, especially any of them in Germany, he's always taking down a PDC name or two along the way, and he shows that he has that top-level talent.
And William Rosenberg helping us is Travis. And then it just went away. Here, Travis Ladisser.
Well, D-Sob 1 hits a big 180 there to fill up the 20 bed.
Hopefully we're right on that. Then again, you're talking to a Florida guy and a Kansas guy who mispronounces names like crazy, so it is what it is.
Actually, coming after your trademark there.
See if Nico can find the triple here. There it is. There's another one. I knew he wasn't far off.
Well, everyone's coming out swinging in this leg so far. Linus stepping up to the line here.
Yeah, Linus came by last night. He says, man, I need to pick up the pace. I feel like I'm dragging here. And, I mean, consistency from year to year, that's going to be tough to do. I mean, you're going to experience your ups and downs, your roller coaster ride throughout your darting career. And 1 week you're hot, 1 week you're not, let alone year to year. But how about this? How about this? He looks away, tries to throw one with authority.
Have to respect it. He almost went back-to-back there. Travis not going to be able to leave an out.
See, there's quite the crowd there supporting the German team.
Yeah, I mean, these teams have been playing phenomenal. That's the reason why they're in the King Seat match of such a prestigious lineup of players. To get out of the round robin's already hard enough, but then to do this well against this many great teams.
Marcus Lawrence, player for North Dakota last year, joining us on our feed here, saying bring it back to North Dakota, guys. It's definitely going to be a scrappy one. These German teams are pretty talented this year, but
every year.
Hey, you know what? I wouldn't expect anything else here at NDA Team Dart. If you're going to win, you're going to have to win by playing well.
Travis does hit a ton there, but is probably not going to be able to avoid that freeze range as Nico Kurz is looking to take this out right here and bring up that first leg in this best of 5.
Nico takes just a second here. Got the 116.
16 for tops. Heading upstairs. Catching just the bottom of the wire, you can see that face. He's like, I didn't hit that? Are you kidding me? Unfortunate bust there as they were trying to bring it down to 2 points by going for the 1111. Double 16. Takes a moment to regroup there, but it shouldn't be blocking. And not going to go.
Yeah, tough dart there. Opportunities arise.
138 has a chance. Does set up on 40 here. Although this is going to be a scary, scary situation. Nico can do it in 1. And he will do it in 1 dart. To take the first leg for D-Sob 1. Look at that. They're taking a little picture of the stats there.
Yeah, making sure they write those down. And oh, sorry, buddy. There you go.
All right. Well, back to the action here. Every player getting with these so far. Let's see if that trend will continue throughout. A little low on that one. Don't worry, don't fret. No trouble, double trouble here. Jason Albert stepping up. Oh, he's looking in prime form as he fills it up with a 180 scored. One of those guys that just is the key to an effortless thrower. You can literally just get up at any point, and as he said, was sitting back here, said, all right, I'm going to throw my 3 warm-up darts, and then goes up there and plays like that. It's some super impressive stuff, and Jason's really been on a tear as of late. Lawrence does find the trip on the last. Ryan saying, why are they writing the stats down? Is it for the officials or themselves? It's actually for the officials, so they do stat keeping here to make sure that there's no outliers in average performance here based off what is submitted for these players. Of course, there is the G3 Arachnid boards, the Phoenix boards, and the Radikal boards here. So instead of playing in a league format where you can pull the stats because they're all different platforms, writing it down pen and paper is actually the fastest, most efficient way to do it at the time being here. So just to keep track of everything and also to settle any disputes if necessary. Murray saying, Nico Kurz used to have the best shirt in the PDC. Lawrence here, trying to just keep himself in range, knowing that Dason's going to be working towards that out. And does hit a well-timed 140 there to keep himself in the running. That's the thing. At the end of the round, you just want to make sure that you're not dragging behind anybody and you're keeping up with your guy. Sorry for my question, but I'm French and don't understand it. Is this a championship or a tournament during the day? So this is the National Darting Association's Team Dart event in Las Vegas, Nevada. This takes place every year. Decent. Oh my goodness, almost hits that bull on the last start there. That would have been massive on that 155. But this tournament takes place in Las Vegas, Nevada each year, and so we actually have an international program where they bring out teams to play. The main championship events is going to be stuff like this, where it's going to be the Team 501 event, and then of course we also have events like the International Challenge, where the best of the best from across the world kind of duke it out in a big soft tip tournament here. Now, of course, if you do want to follow along, you can look up NDA Darts on Google. Or go over to combisport.us if you want to follow along with the bracket to kind of see where they're at. But this is to get into the finals. One thing that you'll see that's a little bit different from international darts is, especially in soft tip North America, a single elimination is not very common. Double elimination is a big format here. So it is double elimination. If one of these teams lose, they are not out of the tournament. It will put them on the loser's side of the bracket. Dason here looking to finish what he started. Going to go for that 9-8-8 on that 25 more than likely. Over to the 8-8. And it does so there to make it 1-all here in this King's Seat match. All right, and we're about to get things going here for our third leg. And look at that high ton entrance right there. Well thrown darts from the German team. Although some double trouble there, not able to get in. Dason stepping back up to the line now in the B position. One of the cool things of this team format is deciding what players are going to play when, and the format of doing so, the shooting order. Dason does find it in on the last start there, but not all he wanted to get. And it looks like the tear is going to continue as a ton of 40 there to follow up that high ton entrance. D-Sob 1 looking like they're taking advantage of that start. One thing to note is if one player gets in and the other player doesn't, that one player more than likely is going to have to race against the freeze. So they're going to have to go for high power scoring, get as low as possible, get to an out as early as they can, because if the player fails to get in for a second time, it's almost impossible for them to catch up without some serious double trouble happening. And that's what we're seeing right now. You can see the frustration there and how much it means. Not happy with that, but right now his A player is still in position to shoot a 12 darter. So it depends on the scoring power from the Nodak team. Depends on the scoring power, and wow, look at that. I say it happens. Dason Albert's there with a 180.
All right, looks like I missed a leg win there from North Dakota. Apologies on that one, Nick, as skedaddled to solve an issue that we were having.
Look at him go. He's still on for the 12 darter.
And he's looking away, man.
152 into 1040 into a 137. He is playing some phenomenal stuff at the moment here. Dirty, dirty darts. I love to see it. As Linus knows, he has to get that freeze in place before it gets back around us. The D-Sob 1 partner has not got in while the other one's on 70. Oh, this is very intense. Can they get the freeze in time before the other player gets in? That's what's going to be the factor for this leg.
And he's in right there.
Now, how much can he cover with lost ground here?
Got Murray Brown. I'm asking, are there open events through the year that can be entered from overseas? Good question. Don't know that one, but I know that we're trying to. The NDA is actually trying to expand into 3 more international markets by next year. So whether that be France, I know that they had Spain at one point. We'll see. I mean, there could be more markets coming. Jason wanted a little bit more from that round.
Well, it's not enough to freeze. That's why it was such a...
Yeah, that was an epic round from the German, that last round.
Yeah, 411 combined total. So the 70 can go. Potential 11 or 12 darter here. Double 9.
And inside. You can see what it means to him.
That was quite the violent explosion of emotion there, because he was playing phenomenal and he's frustrated that miss. But now he knows that the double scoring power is going to be a big factor here and putting a lot of pressure. And he might not get another shot at a double this leg. We will see. It all depends on the scoring power of this gentleman stepping up to the line here.
Nice smooth stroke, that's for sure. Finds the triple with the last dart. Definitely a helpful ton score line.
Dason needs to get below 113 points here to get into the freeze territory. So a ton plus is required, not just 100. It's going to be a tough blocker on the 20 now. It's not going to be enough to freeze now. Or no, he can still freeze if he gets a trip on this last dart. Excuse me here.
Yeah, he's kind of thinking about the best way to go and not going to find it.
Does not get below 113. It's not a freeze.
So here we go. 1 for double 4, potentially.
Let's see how he approaches it. You can see the rush of emotion there as he hit the single.
Yeah, he thought he was going to hit that 20, I think. He kind of recoups here, double 4.
Trying to fire himself up.
Ooh, putting pressure like that is not ideal for me. But he grabs it, and you can see what it means to him, man. He is playing with energy here. My word, let's take a replay of that one. Goes inside on the double four, down to double two, does connect, and you can see both arms just lift into the air.
A big celebration, raw emotion, as you can hear the crowd go wild and know how big this is and how intense this battle is going to be. We love to see it here, as now it's going to be the North Dakotans with the start to try to bring it to a last leg decider.
Emery Lawrence stepping in for North Dakota.
Gets in with ease. Having a little bit of trouble with the scoring power, but has been consistently hitting that double in on the first start.
Good double 20. And looking for more. Amazing start for D-Sob 1.
Well, you can't really get mad about that, huh? 160 in. As you see Travis stepping up now, trying to do much of the same. Needs to find one here. Isn't able to do so. That's a very scary situation to be in, especially if you have Nico Kurz behind you. And look at that intensity and focus as he's looking to match his partner's energy, and does so with a 116 of his own.
Nico Kurz, man. D-Sob 1 may be the team to beat here in this team event. We will see as they look to collect on the king seat spot here in this leg. Starting off 160, 160. My goodness.
They're both on for a 9 potentially, depending on how they set this up here.
We have not, well, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to jinx it. Come on, buddy.
Well said. Oh, he might be human. You can see the frustration there. That was still a really well-thrown shot after a well-thrown shot. Well, now this is definitely getting a little dicey here for the North Dakotan team, as they had the start, but they're going up against a brick wall right now and then some.
I'll just do the switch jinx instead of the commentator's curse, I guess. Why not? Still handy darts here. 241, 241, with North Dakota sitting on 406 and 400.
This is going to be a big hill to try to get over at this point. They would need some serious double trouble to best the German team here, but it's looking heavily in their favor at the moment. Well, let's see if they're able to set themselves up with an out here for D-Sob 1. Good placement.
The ton would be great if he can lay it right on top. And that's exactly what he does. 141 is the lead as D-Sob 1 is one step closer. Some guaranteed good money.
This is a Radikal board that you're looking at here. We do cover 3 different kinds of boards here at NDA Team Dart.
Yeah, we have the Radikal, the Phoenix, and as an Arachnid. And of course, the Phoenix and the Arachnid you can actually see in that player screen behind them. So
Nico going to try to keep up with his partner. Caught the wrong side there. So he's just going to focus on bringing that score down. A little frustration but they are still at a massive advantage at the moment here. It's going to be up to Lawrence here to add a lot of pressure. That's all they can do. Add pressure and pray. And not going to go there. You almost have to wonder if he should have gone for the bull in the last start to guarantee a 1-6-1 chance at a finish, rather than going for that 20. A little bit of a risk, a little bit of reward, I guess.
Well, gotta hit something big here. Something big is gonna be difficult. Yeah, this is unfortunately can't find it.
Yeah, I'm very unfortunate position right now as
refresh. See where we're at there, if anything. Cool. All right, so just to let you know, 5th, 6, SD Elite taking on D-Sob 8. And then D-Sob 3 is currently awaiting the winner of Range Rovers and D-Sob 2. So
a lot of D-Sob left in this.
A lot of D-Sob left in this. A lot of German teams left in this. Cali Monsters, our former champion, unfortunately out.
Well, things are starting to get a little dicey here. You can see these North Dakotans are kind of sneaking back in this one. And a huge last start there. To leave himself on 32, a well-thrown 1-3-4 at a pivotal moment. This 108, you have to almost feel like it has to go, or else we're potentially getting into some real madhouse-esque situations. And you can see the frustration. Now, with Travis stepping up here, if you can bring this 205 down and hit a ton plus, this could be anybody's game still. Needs to find a trip. Doesn't find one, which means now it's all but guaranteed that his partner's going to be frozen on the next go-around. That was their opportunity to get back in.
Just inside.
All you can do is set up and hope.
Just gonna have to whittle it down, and you can see him trying to go to work here. 215s to leave 2. Go ahead and push that button and hope to return.
If for some reason the 70 doesn't go, the 145 is going to be their best chance. I mean, you're inclined to believe that the 70 is going to go with the way these guys are playing for D-Sob 1. They could potentially take this match right here.
They've been playing well. They've been playing well. A little hesitation there, making sure the board kicks over. 70's the look.
Over to the double eights.
And there it is. The German team of D-Sob 1 will beat your king seat holders.
And guaranteeing themselves $2,200 at worst case scenario.
My goodness, you can see it there. Leaves himself double 8 and hits it. And you can see the German teams go ahead and say, yeah, there we go. We're in to the king seat. We're guaranteed some good money. And man, I'm glad we moved that match on over here because we were able to enjoy that one, huh?
Oh, absolutely. Just a great showing from every players involved. It shows why they were in that position. As you can see some hugs and handshakes being exchanged, knowing that neither of these teams are done doing work yet.
And I'll tell you what's great is even though there may be a language barrier, there's still a lot of love. It's still, you can still
respect.
You know, there's still a lot of respect, yep, and everything. And you can see even our gentleman that was a little bit rambunctious is saying, You can tell he's saying, yeah, that's just me. That's just me.
It's a sport. These
Exactly.
are athletes playing a sport.
Yep. You can see, and you can tell him, you can tell what he's doing there. But hey, good stuff. We'll be right back, folks, with more action as we conclude our Masters Team Finals here in just a little while. So we'll see what we've got coming our way next, possibly D-Sob 3 versus the winner of either D-Sob 2 or Range Rovers. Maybe another match. Hang tight. More coming your way from NDA Team Dart 2023 here in a moment. We'll take a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back. Thanks for joining us.
Stay tuned, everyone.
So you want to get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're usadartsproduction, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com. get into darts, but you're not sure how, we can definitely help with that. We're usadartsproduction, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com.
Alrighty, folks. Hey, here's what's coming up next for you. We got our 5th, 6th match coming up between D-Sob 3 and whoever the D-Sob 2 Range Rovers winner is. And then we're going to have the 4th place, 3rd place, and final of Masters coming your way. We just confirmed that with Judy, who's going to implement all our boards and make sure to make it happen. So we're just waiting on our next match, which should be any time now. Once D-Sob 2 and Range Rovers finishes up, that start at 1:16. So that should be in it here very soon, honestly, if it didn't already end. So that's what's coming our way. Hang tight here, folks. We'll be right back. I promise you that. Don't go anywhere. Will Stuart, Nick Dichiria here. We thank you for joining us for NDA Team Dart 2023. We'll be right back. Alrighty, I went ahead and ran out there real quick. I wanted to at least give you a better view of a scoreboard here. So we went ahead and pulled out the cell phone and at least gave you a look at this SD Elite D-Sob 8 match before we get going with our next match on the main streaming board. So we'll get going here in just a second, but in the meantime, we'll keep it right here so you guys can enjoy this 5th, 6th match. All right, everybody. Looks like we're just waiting on D-Sob 3, D-Sob 2 to get over here so we can get underway. We'll be playing on the Arachnid board here. So it does look like D-Sob 3 is already kind of mingled over here and is ready to rock. D-Sob 2 just got done with their Range Rover match, so hopefully they'll be working their way on over here as soon as possible and we can get this match underway. This will be a 5th, 6th match coming your way. And then we're going to round out with the 4th, 3rd, and finals of Masters team event here. So hang tight with us. We know it's been just a second before we've had a streaming match, but once you get to this point in the bracket, that's how it kind of goes. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere as we conclude with our finals of Masters Team 01.
So you want to get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're usadartsproduction, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com.
All righty, folks, here we go. Finally ready for our D-Sob 3, D-Sob 2 match. Kind of had to go out there and was like, hey, guys, are you ready to rock and roll? I don't think they knew that there was just kind of, hey, go as you please here. That's quite all right. We're ready to rock here as this is our 5th, 6th match here in Masters Team 01. So
we flashed the bracket up on the screen there and it showed, but right now in this Team 01 event, there's only one American team left. The rest is all of the D-Sob German teams. Shows how their level of dominance that they've had this week so far.
Yeah, they've really been solid, and I kind of knew it once I saw some of the names and some of the players, man. After just watching them throw a couple darts, I knew that Germany brought some quality throwers this year to NDA Team Dart.
Well, just to help identify the teams there, the ones wearing the Las Vegas Team Dart jerseys, the silver ones there. The silver, mainly black, that's going to be D-Sob 2, and D-Sob 3 on the other end is going to be wearing the Mac Leeds jersey. You know, imagine flying over a whole ocean to play people you're playing in your hometown.
Yeah. No kidding. No, well, they could be in their hometown. They could be, in a different town, but same country.
You're breaking my story here. I had set up this whole picture. No, I just kid.
All good to go.
Well, everyone was able to get on that first go around there. Hardest part of the mission has been accomplished.
Nick, I'm gonna go adjust that music level real quick, just so we don't have any interference. I'll be right back. But Dason Alberts and the North Dakota team are still in it. They're sitting in that 3rd place match. So we do have one 4th place match to go where D-Sob 8 currently awaits. So we'll see a couple German matches before we get to that North Dakota team. So I'll be right back, Nick.
Bobby's saying, don't count out Dason and the boys. Oh, absolutely not. I was out there just now waiting on this match to get going. I played a pickup game with Travis, and we were talking. I was like, listen, you guys are looking great. You're looking in great form. I know that was not the ideal time to have that loss, but don't count yourselves out yet, as you guys are a force to be reckoned with. Daryl saying, home player 2 got an extra 16 on the first throw, even though his very first dart missed. They may have very well missed the input. Unfortunately, we're not referees here, and so how that would work is that if a player notices a misregistered dart, whether it be in their favor or against their favor, it's up for them to pay attention to their score line and vice versa if the opponents want to comment on it or keep their eyes. So it's one of those things of just paying attention to the game space there. Unfortunately, it does happen, as it is an inevitability to happen at some point, and it's unfortunate that they didn't catch it though. But here we go. This is D-Sob 3 thrown right here. So they're going to be on the home player side, D-Sob 2 on the visitor player side. These German players are very frequent in our streams here with how much they've been playing on the stream boards and how well they've been performing. It's a testament to their level of ability and how well they're able to adjust this environment. If anything, when NDA continues to expand their international program as they have been, it will show that the talent field for soft tip and darts in general is way larger than we like to realize. There's so many people in every corner of the world, and at every local bar there could be some other top shot, some other Nico Kurz or Chris Lim or Awesome Dawson or whoever else may be. Great last dart there. Hitting that ton does leave D-Sob 3 with the first chance at an out. Or excuse me, D-Sob 2. I know it's a little late over there in Germany, but if you're cheering for these players, make sure to let us know in chat who you have, what you think is going on, and what else you're looking forward to seeing, as we will continue covering the Masters Team Finals. So we're going to cover this and the 5th place position match, and then into the 4th, 3rd, and finals. After that, we're going to take a short reprieve and then start up again at about 7 p.m. Pacific time to cover our doubles cricket this evening. Be a nice little change of pace, as the 0-1's always a great warm-up, but the mental math can be a bit exhausting at times. So switching up to some cricket to do some analysis of strategy will be pretty fun for us to do. Smart dart in the last dart there, going for that bull to guarantee an out. If you hit the double, that's also okay, because it'll get you all the closer. 1-4-1 can go here. Double 12. What a magnificent shot there for D-Sob too, as we're gonna throw some knuckles there, as that is a great first leg from these players, as everyone's kind of neck and neck here. Try this. So if I want to get to the title editor,
Alrighty, sorry about that. I had to go adjust that. It does look like we'll get our next flow of incoming players at about 3:15. 4 o'clock is when our next event starts, so we should be able to crank that music a little bit and let those players enjoy it. But in the meantime, it's getting a little quiet over here.
ASMR darts.
We'll go ahead and kind of adjust our commentary level for that. Of course, this is D-Sob 2, D-Sob 3. Big high ton there to open up.
How about that? Can't ask for much more. That's a beautiful open there to kind of reapply pressure back after losing that first leg.
I think we got a question about Stumpy. I don't know who Stumpy is, but I'm assuming it's one of these fellas. So this is an Arachnid G3 board. So we have an Arachnid, the Phoenix, and a Radikal board in play. I'm assuming the Radikal board is what most of these gentlemen are used to.
Thought that last dart was in there. Sorry, I had to do a little bit of a double take there to see if it was in it. I was surprised.
And here's the thing is, we're commentary. We're not going out there, and if there's a mistake, it's up to players to figure that. We can't interfere.
No,
exactly.
exactly.
That's not our task, you know. So
and some things are bound to happen. At the end of the day, it's up to you to have the awareness and the game knowledge of what is going on.
Exactly.
As the player.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen it on the likes of, you know, even PDC players where you know, they walk up and just pull their darts out because they're so used to that. And maybe it was you know, the caller said one thing and unfortunately it was something else. It does happen.
It's very rarely, if ever, intentional.
You see the hesitation there.
I don't think it's hesitation. I think they're realizing that the score might have been a misinput. Because I think it was in for that 180.
Yep, they're going to back it up. Kevin steps up and goes ahead and just adjusts it there.
And now back to the action. So it was 180 then. That's why you saw me do that double take earlier, but at least they did catch on. See if you can follow with another maximum. Good last start there.
18 and collects on a triple there, leaving 116.
Kevin now trying to leave himself out in the out range as well. Not going to happen now, though.
Does make that movement around the board.
Right now, D-Sob 2 is a little bit behind in this leg. It does leave the big fish finish if it does come back around, but the 116 is primed to go here.
Yeah, that's the question, is if this 116 goes.
Well, that'll make a big difference here. 19 for double top now. Don't want to accidentally fall into the triple and leave yourself double one. Oh, barely avoided danger. Up to the top now. And just a little bit low.
I don't know if I'm keen on that view. I might have to do a little work on that one.
Kevin's trying to get as low as possible so his partner can shoot the big fish.
Good little crowd watching this one. You can see it right there in the background.
100 points is needed here to set up the freeze. Need to get below 113. Needs to make sure to hit a big fat one here. And he doesn't. That doesn't set up the freeze now. It leaves a chance now at the 170 when otherwise there wouldn't be an opportunity. If he hits this would be a massive steal. Oh, you can see how frustrating that was. Good way to follow up with a lot of pressure, getting that score as low as possible.
What a big shot there from Kevin as he's able to take it out and make this, what, 2-0? Oh my word. Massive shot there as he goes trip 19, trip 20, double 8 for the win.
Monumental stuff, and it just shows that timing is everything when it comes down to situations like this.
Alrighty, starting us off here, D-Sob 3, needing to get on the board.
Yeah, they were in clear control last leg up until the very end, and a fatal miscalculation in the score, not playing around the freeze rule, ended up hurting them, as they could have mathematically eliminated D-Sob 2. And now, on the contrary, they're on the hunt and the prowl.
Look at this, look at this, and you see the subtle fist pump there.
And it's well deserved too. If they can win this 3 straight, just imagine the level of confidence it gives the team for the rest of the run.
He did kind of look over. Hopefully they're not able to hear us here. I think we're in subtle position to be okay, but we don't want to yell, that's for sure.
You know, at the end of the day, we want these players to be playing their best in their element and not have to think about a live stream or anything else. We want to see them at their peak. So
I will say I am happy that they put that little distance in between the Radikal and us. I mean, there's a significant spot to walk in, you know.
yeah, it gives plenty of the room for the players to feel comfortable with the boards, but also gives a little separation so when we're calling stuff, hopefully they can't hear us too well. Of course, that's the only major factor when the hall starts to empty up in between events, as right now we're about an hour away before the start of our evening event.
How about this? Another one? Another one is achieved. My word, a high ton. Double 16, trip 20 for the 152.
It's one of those funny patterns that we kind of picked up on, right? The amount of times we've seen someone miss their first startup, but then hit perfection on their next go around and make up for the lost time. It just shows that these players really know how to double down and get gritty when they need to.
Not a bad answer with 140 there.
Well, the pressure's starting to apply back to D-Sob 2. Well, now this 259 here for D-Sob 2, if they can set it up properly, would put themselves in a great spot, though. And if they can take this 3 straight, just imagine what that does for the team's morale.
So a little ironic story here. I heard from Jin Mounts, the German team. I'm guessing the D-Sob 2 team actually had a little issue with the jersey transport. So they did bring their own jerseys, but they got luggage lost or something along the way and had to make a purchase. And these nice Magic Wear jerseys do look nice. They look good.
They look sharp. In fact, you and I are modeling the same ones right now.
Yeah, we could be D-Sob 2 members, I guess.
Look at the situation right here. A bad time to find a poor round is 1-2-4. It's one of these great combination finishes and something that we can almost expect to see. As that's a great start to it. Over for the double 11.
And the win.
Without breaking a sweat. Huge stuff from these players, and that was a phenomenal performance from everyone involved. But that means now we're moving on to our 4th place match against D-Sob 8. Going up now against D-Sob 2. Winner of that will go against the North Dakotan team. And then into the finals against D-Sob 1. Who else would it be except some Germans and some North Dakotan guys hanging out?
Well, don't go anywhere, folks. More action, including the round-off of Masters Team 501 next here on USA Darts coverage of NDA Team Dart 2023. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Every time
into darts, but you're not sure how, we can definitely help with that. We're usadartsproduction, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com.
Alrighty, back once again, folks, as it's time for our fourth place match. D-Sob 8 takes on D-Sob number 2. D-Sob 2 is the Team Dart logo with the black. D-Sob 8 is the comic.
The revolution. The revolution hand
consider
right
it
there.
that one, yeah. Pretty good stuff. Looking forward to this one as, man, D-Sob 2 really threw well in that last that last match.
Well, yeah, they played without dropping a leg. Exactly. They showed how dominant they were and how they're controlling this whole field, honestly. The fact that they're in the loser side is astonishing.
Jesse Russell saying they came from Germany for this? Mind blown. Yes, they came from Germany for this, but also they came from all the way from Germany to play each other, which is crazy. But when there's so many teams finishing in the top, I mean, we're guaranteed to have 3 D-Sob teams in the top 4.
Yeah, that's exactly what the case is. That means that there's going to be at least one German team guaranteed in the finals, potentially an all-German finals, as we saw an all-German king seat. Tim Goodwin saying, great stream, keep up the great work, team. We appreciate that, as we are going to be bringing the action all week long here. Well, how about that? That's why we've been talking about the D-Sob 2 team, 160N.
Yeah, coming up on 3. Whoa, it is 3:18 here local time. I want to thank you folks for joining us, whether it be on our Facebook or YouTube platforms. We want to appreciate that one.
It's something we certainly love to see, everyone hanging out and enjoying the darts with us and enjoying the show that we've been trying to put on for you.
Yes, indeed. Give us that like, give us that follow, subscribe. If you have not, you'll get notified whenever we go live with new content for you. And by new content, we're going to have some great content coming your way, including Whammo. We're going to be headed to the U.S. Masters, and we're going to be making a trip overseas for the match play. We're going to be doing interviews at all those. So, yeah, some good stuff coming your way.
What else could he ask for? If you're a darts fan, this is the place to find all that information.
Well, the game's certainly growing here in North America, and we know it's growing over there in Germany. So it's gotten pretty big pretty quick, and I'm hearing they're selling out exhibitions, and I mean arenas full of people for an exhibition.
Well, and the greatest thing about why this boom has been so successful for darts is that stigma that has kind of hindered the growth back in the North American early dart days. It's not really there anymore. It's really seen a lot more serious and a lot more competitive as a sport, especially with the ethics community and everything else that involves that goes along with the sports betting. It just shows that darts is heading in the right direction on an international scale. Well, these teams are neck and neck in this first leg here.
That they are.
Now, we've noticed it a lot, Will, and I wonder if you have some input on this one. As we've seen a lot of these German guys have a strong preference for the 19 on a lot of their darts. Is there a particular reason behind that, you think?
I don't know. That is a good point. I mean, we have seen a lot of individuals go for that 19 bed. Maybe it's just they like it. I mean, Lukic is very, very tall individual, but he's been hammering that 19 bed all weekend.
Like it did something to him.
Oh yeah, exactly. You know, that's a good point. I'm not sure about that one.
And maybe it's just like I know different regions have different styles of play and setup, so certainly could be a factor. You can see some hearts there for D-Sob 1 as they are waiting in the finals to see who they are going against.
Yeah, that North Dakota team awaits the winner of this one, so I know they're warming up in the background, getting ready, and I know players are starting to come into the room as well, as we're going to have an event starting here at 4 p.m.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to have a little bit of an overlap. And, of course, we're going to be bringing you the action at 7 p.m. Pacific time.
That's going to come fairly quick for us. Ain't no denying that.
Blink of an eye. Well, let's see. These guys are all neck and neck right now. Sitting at 105 here, is able to take it out. Still eligible to take it out. Switching over to the 18 now. And now just going to focus on setting up, staying there. Would have left 32 if he hit the trip. So John Henderson asking, where is Canada or the other countries? While there is any team eligible for this Masters Finals, the International Challenge actually takes place tomorrow, which is going to be the actual Team Germany representatives, Team USA, Team Canada, and so on and so forth. Oh, is there not?
I didn't think there was a Canada in the Masters Team Finals.
Oh, no, there was not.
There was not.
I did not see one.
So they may be into level 1 or level 2 or something like that, but
or they could have elected to maybe even have some time off before going
that could be the case. You never know.
One of the things, how it works with the NDA, right? So if Masters, there's a certain cutoff for players. Basically, a 4.0 and higher is going to be your Masters cutoff for a player. If you only have one Masters player on your team, it's automatic level 1. 2 or more is what puts you into that Masters division. Oh, a little bit of a walk-off, a little bit of a reprieve here. 1 dart for double bull. You can't focus on teeing up. You have to go for it here. This would be huge if he hits it. Conferring with the teammates just to make sure. Sets up. Does go for the setup instead just to bring it down for the freeze. Oh, the combined score of 94 right now. This 85 is also eligible to go. Going up to the 20 now. Wings it into the 5. You see the frustration.
Yeah, just a little bit of frustration indeed.
I mean, you know how much it means to him to be this deep into the bracket on this tough of a field. But there it is. D-Sob 2 comes out strong, taking leg number 1 there. Of course, this is a best of 5 format, so race to 3. As loser will get the start here, so D-Sob 8 to start us off in leg number 2 here.
Yeah, back at it again here. As D-Sob 8 hopes to put one on the board.
And that was also a very well-timed break of throw as well.
So here we go. This gentleman won the last match for D-Sob 8. A nice double 11 shot to win the match over South Dakota Elite.
Oh, and look at this. Kevin.
Throwing well here as he opens up with a big one. This gentleman, I think it's Stefan. That's correct. He gave us a little cheese in the camera, and I kind of laughed at him. I gave him one back and kind of opened the curtain and gave him one, and he laughed, and he came back here and, "You got paper?" I said, "Yeah." And a pen? "Yeah, of course." And he said, "I want to say happy birthday to my son." So happy birthday, Luca, and walked out there. So that gentleman speaks fairly good English.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And glad to see that they're having kind of some fun with the environment.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And you know, there's always that. There's somewhat of a language barrier. Some know English a little bit more than others. I do hear that it's kind of their second language there. They do teach that at a younger age.
Well, they also teach that at a younger age apparently over there, as that was a big 180. I was just thinking, have you had any perky sightings today? I don't think we have.
I saw him.
Uh-oh.
He came down to the Magicware booth to say hello to Jen, and I gave him a laugh. I said, "Man, I heard the funniest thing this morning." He goes, "What was that?" He said, "Man, Porky and Garrett didn't make it to their team event this morning." I said, "That's because they weren't in it. They didn't qualify." He said, "Man, that's bad." I said, "Hey, it happens, man. It happens."
It happens to the best and the worst of us. You can see this is getting real dicey over here as the A's are keeping up with the A's and the B's are keeping up with the B's. But some big scores getting thrown left and right here in the second leg. For D-Sob 2 to win 3 straight, they would have to have 3 breaks of throws in a row. They've already broken once. And right now, with the way they're throwing, they're looking really sharp right now.
Here we go. Put it in for a 180. Is that back-to-back for him?
Yes, it is. Back-to-back 40, 180, 180. Of course, we've seen 160, 140 here for Kevin.
Oh, we are just seeing perfection. He's unhappy. Wanted that last dart in there.
Of course, it was a smart switch up. Staying on that 20 would have left 21, which is definitely a bogey. But right now, they're putting a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure on the showman right here to score. And that was a very misplaced dart. And the potential for a freeze here, depending on what D-Sob 2 does.
Luke gonna attack the 19s. It's been a go-to for him. And unfortunately, it's not gonna fall for him here in this round.
But combined score of 293 is enough to get into that freeze range, so the 101 cannot go out. All they can do is bring it down.
D-Sob 8's back is against the wall currently as they are looking at a possible 2-0 deficit.
Which would be a scary thing. That would be 5 legs in a row for this team on top of whatever else they may have won before that.
That is a very scary thought when you think about that. Double
Beautiful
16.
trip 10.
My goodness.
160, 140, 139 out. That was in a beautiful 12 darter, or excuse me, 11 darter there from Kevin.
I wonder if Kevin even feels any pressure at all. A man that's been on the Alley Pally stage, graced that a couple times, I believe, and has done well there too. And he's certainly playing well here today. 2-0 scoreline in favor of D-Sob 2.
That was
now,
2 breaks of throws.
For you that are wondering what D-Sob means, well, your guess is as good as mine. I don't know if you know, Nick.
No, I'm actually having an interview with him after the finals, so I will have a lot more information for you later on this evening. I do know it's an abbreviation for the Darts Network, but the specifics of which I'm not as familiar with.
And that's what I figured, but for us to attempt a name there would probably be blasphemy.
I think we just fill in the blanks
butcher,
and we do stuff.
Butcher that. Well, see how
maybe Dart's so awesome, baby. I don't know, something like that. The German equivalent.
Let's see how they start here, because this gentleman's been hot as well. And there's a nice 120 in.
It's almost surprising to see only a 120 as we've seen so many 160s and 152 opens. See here, every player so far getting in with relative ease. Kevin now, a man that played near perfect the last leg, is going to try to do much of the same. Having some double trouble though. And isn't able to get in. That's the first time I think we've seen him.
Yeah, it's a rare occasion for Kevin.
Well, we'll see how this works out. Good placement there in that corner. You can ease it into the treble, but now Congested might need to hit the cover downstairs and does so. One thing you're going to notice with a lot of these players, while in soft tip you can stay a little bit more determined than usual, cover shots are more important than ever. If you try to throw you through your darts every time, there's going to be chances we're going to get these odd deflections and random flings. Instead, practicing your covers and being comfortable with the whole board and not just certain segments is crucial, crucial. Conrad did put in the chat there what it stands for. Unfortunately, my Ohio English skills are probably not good enough to pronounce it properly.
Deutscher Sport Automated Bund. I don't know. We tried. We gave it a go.
That was honestly not too bad.
It's still a butcher job. I'm sure you guys are laughing at home there in Germany, but hey, have a laugh or two. Enjoy it.
Yeah, if we have any German fans in the chat right now, teach us some German words. We're excited to learn.
It is the largest German dart association. So Little.
Translates to German Sports Machine Association.
Okay, sweet. Awesome. Awesome. Appreciate that, everyone. We hope you are enjoying the coverage over there in Germany as well. We hope your late evening is doing
I was going
well.
to say, this is past evening. This is getting to late nights.
Yeah, 12:30 there, I believe, in the morning.
Well, that was a huge 180 there. Applies a lot of pressure here on Kevin to have to perform so his partner can potentially have a shot at an out. And he knows while that 100's good, it might not be enough.
Yeah, they're saying they have 0:33. So, yep, 12:30 in the morning there in Germany. Glad you all are deciding to join us in the wee hours of the morning.
It shows how much love and support they have for these players.
It's been, I mean, not only viewership here from Germans, but the other German players on other teams have been very supportive. I mean, you look around this room, that's mostly German players or spouses or significant others.
Yeah, friends of the lake. I mean, they're going to be out here supporting their friends and watching them every step of the way. Just shows how tight-knit the whole community is. Kevin needs to hit a big round here to have his partner have a chance if they want to go 3 straight here. Needs to take his time here. Good placement, needs to follow that in. Isn't going to be able to do so. Well, now the freeze is all but guaranteed as D-Sob 8 is right where they want to be to get this leg on the board for them. It's just going to set up on this last start here. Over to the 18, it leaves 16. Well thrown and excellent positioning. Great use of the whole board. As a common term nowadays, his board management skills were on point there. So freeze roll is in effect here. Michael asking why the triple fields and doubles are so big. In soft, the board face is actually a little bit different, although it's the same position of the numbers and same scoring methods for the most part. They do have a slightly larger board by design.
Double 16 gets it. 2-1 now. Here's our score line. Favor of D-Sob 2.
Some high fives, handshakes, and chest bumps as D-Sob 8 knows they need to keep fired up. They have to break the throw of D-Sob 2 if they want to continue going on in this tournament. Alright, as they set up here, and we're about ready to get going on this 4th leg here. Alright, so Mr. Pablito is giving us a little bit more context here. D-Sob 2 is for Demolition Darts Dortmund, and D-Sob 8 Dream Team Revolution Augsburg. So a little bit more information there. So Revolution versus Demolition. Roderick asking, do I know how many players are in attendance? I do know that there is about 300 boards in here, which leads me to believe about 700 to 900 players. I can get an exact number from the staff in a few minutes here. Fortunately, I don't have that one off the top of my head at the moment, although I do know that they are very happy with the level of participation. Scotty Kirshner in chat. Now, this is the 4th place match, so D-Sob 2 taking on D-Sob 8. Winner of that will go to the 3rd place match against the North Dakota team led by Dason Alberts. And then in the finals, Nico Kurz and D-Sob 1 await. 3 Germans and 1 American team. That's all that stands left. D-Sob 2 1 leg away from moving into the 3rd place position and guaranteeing their team $1,600. So we see a beautiful high ton there. This is crucial for Revolution to get in with both players, especially with that strong open from Demolition. Well, they might not be happy with that end, but at the end of the day, they can make up for the lost grounds. All these players have the ability to play near perfect, if not perfect. And we've seen it time and time again, and we're going to keep seeing it throughout the week. It's going to be a running theme. The German Dart Association right now is showing they are not messing around. When they bring these players in from the international pool, they are here to represent and represent proudly. Let's see what Revolution can do here. They need to keep up that scoring power. So, Will, just to give you a little bit of context there in chat, we got a clarification that D-Sob 2 is the Demolition Darts Dortmund, and D-Sob 8 is the Dream Team Revolution Augsburg. So, Demolition versus Revolution here.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see it. And that's the thing. We're not seeing the jerseys from the D-Sob 2 team because, unfortunately, they were lost in transit. So, that's why they're rocking that, and maybe we don't know that. So
Exactly.
yeah.
So, thank you for the clarification once again in chat. A little bit of a wild deflection there. Does recover well, though.
While we're chatting, I just wanted to congratulate Jacob Taylor on a great run in the Moto Super Series.
Oh, yeah?
He finished second to Luke Littler, who won the Champions Week a little bit ago.
Well, congratulations are definitely in order.
And while we're at it, Matt Campbell won today as well for Canada.
Yeah.
So he'll be advancing to tomorrow's final day in, I believe it's Belgium?
Yeah, the Belgium Open
yeah,
is what it is. So he's been playing phenomenal. I mean, Matt Campbell is one of those forces to be reckoned with on the North American darts radar right now.
Definitely so. Here's Lukic going up top and being successful.
And a smart switch up there to go over to leave double 18 would have been the shot. Well, see, Revolution needs one right now, as they're in some dangerous territory. Let's see what we're able to do for D-Sob here. Well, that was a huge last dart there for Demolition. If not, it would have gotten a little risky there. You don't want to give too much slack. You want to win this in assertive fashion. Which, if Demolition does win this, that means that in the last two matches, they would have only dropped one leg. Shows the level of dominance performance. And what an out there as the 72 is hit, and Demolition D-Sob 2 will move on to the third place match against the North Dakota team led by Dason Alberts, folks.
That's going to be an interesting match coming your way here next on USA Darts coverage of NDA Team Dart 2023. Don't go anywhere. Boy, is that an exciting one. Who's going to come out on top to play D-Sob number 1? We'll see next.
close my eyes. Every time I close my time I close my eyes. Every time time I close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes.
Alrighty, folks, here we go. Third place match. D-Sob 2, North Dakota. D-Sob 2's been on a hot streak. Only losing one of the last, 6 legs?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just
7 legs.
7
yeah.
legs, sorry, yes. Should be a great match. I'm excited to see Kevin and Dason go at it here. I'm going to be honest with you. Now, granted, it's a team effort, but
Well, let's just point out what we just saw. We saw Dason on the board practicing, and he was just hitting everything for fun. There was no sweat there as he was jumping around the board. If he can keep up that energy into this match, it's going to be a very dicey one, considering how hot D-Sob 2 is, the demolition team from Germany.
well, U.S.'s only chance now.
It is the last bastion of hope.
Sorry, I couldn't help after seeing Linus and look at this. Are you seeing that mouth?
Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you very much. All right. Well, Demolition D-Sob to start off. This is going to be a look at our Radikal board here at NDA Team Dart 2023. Of course, I am Nick Dichiria, joined alongside by Will Stuart. And this is a USA Darts production. Travis stepping up for the NDA team. Got a chance to actually get to know him a little bit better and play a warm-up game earlier and laugh and joke around. You can look at that celebration there.
These guys are having a blast, and they're playing for some good money now, so that is fun to see.
Well, just the intensity of the emotions. I mean, third place right now, your team will walk with $1,600. Second place, $2,200, and first place, $3,000. This is only day 2 here. To get this money early on would be such a big feat. Kind of set the precedent for the rest of the week as well.
There we go. Add some board sounds there.
Well, there was a last start open for both of the NDA players there. He's not able to find the bed in the last start, though, so not a lot of pain or pressure, as Travis and Linus just need to kind of keep up and hopefully get ahead at some point to try to break this throw, as they're going to have to do it at some point. Well, that's a good placement there. Plenty of room left in that bed. He had to scoot over to the side. A little bit of an over adjustment, but a well-thrown dart. Keeping up, the A is matching the A. Now it's about the B position matching the B position.
Just making sure that board kicks on over. You can tell maybe the North Dakota team's not as familiar with that Radikal as the D-Sob team is. That's a big, big 140 there.
And make sure that whatever Linus does, he can't get ahead of that position right there. All he can do is get close to it. And that's going to be something he needs to focus on doing. Every point still matters regardless of position. How about one more of those?
Oh, big 180.
It just puts so much pressure. I mean, the Demolition German team right here, we have not seen them really waver at all or have any real big missteps across any of these legs we've seen them on stream with today. And at this point, it's not going to change. The difference is who's playing their best and who's playing great.
Finds the last dart there. But still, this one's in the favor of D-Sob 2 here.
Of course, just a reminder, waiting in the finals, the Nico Kurz team of D-Sob 1. So potential for an all-German team final here in Las Vegas. I feel like one of the hardest aspects for a player is knowing that you're going against someone that is in top shape and is not going to give you too many breaks. Will, how do you handle something like that when you know whoever you're going against has a hot streak or a hot hand at the moment?
Sometimes it's better just to focus on your game. Just, avoid looking at theirs because you know they're going to bring it. Sometimes it's just better to focus on you and not on that opponent. So maybe keep those eyes on the ground, not paying attention to them. I mean, yes, you're going to have to look at the freeze score sometime, but if you just kind of do your thing until that point, I don't know, it can come out on top for you.
Well, we've definitely seen the Nodex at their best when they're laughing and having fun with everything, when they're kind of putting on a little bit of a show. Of course, everyone knows about this German efficiency, and that's exactly what we're seeing on this dartboard, as they're just going right at it.
Linus needing to find something of significant value, and even that's not going to be enough.
And they're all but mathematically eliminated in League number 1 here, but that's why it is a best-of-5 format, race of 3. So one of the big factors is staying focused in the next leg and not letting it be a detriment to the one that's already happened. It's over. It doesn't matter. Stay focused and keep throwing darts and just do your job. And that's what these guys are capable of doing, and we will see from them.
Got a chat coming in on YouTube saying Danjel Lukic is on fire. I mean, it's not just Lukic. It's Kevin who's doing his fair share, as well as this individual right behind Travis. That would be...
Yeah, just going to go over our full team list here for the Demolition D-Sob 2 team. We have Andreas, Christian, Danjel, Holger, Kevin, and Peter representing them.
Now, I believe that Christian Selfie name, I believe that's a PDC player as well.
Well, that is leg number 1 in favor of Demolition from Germany. You can see Dazen gives a big little stretch there as he knows, all right, we got some work to do, fellas.
Oh, yes, you do.
Well, we're going to jump right in and waste no time getting into this leg. As I know with those German players, they have one person specifically there to mark the scorecard so they don't have to waste time writing down stats. Dazen Albert's here, starting off. Does get in on his first go around here. Kevin Munich here. Someone that we're very used to seeing at this point because he has just been playing so great. And it looks like he's going to continue that streak as we're about to get a 160 in from him there. And a well-timed shot there from Demolition. Very interesting that both Lawrence and Alberts there chose to go in on the 18. But I can't knock it if it works there. That is a great in there from Lawrence. And no double trouble will be had in leg number 2 here, as everyone's getting in and hitting well. But Dazen knows after that kind of soft opening relative to the rest of the pack, he needs to find a lot of pressure to apply here. Gets started on the last one. With them going first in position here and getting in on their first round, the favor is still there. But I mean, we saw in the past here, Kevin play a near perfect game, throwing 11 darters like it was nothing.
Yeah, this, I mean, we're going to see here, the North Dakota, I mean, this is just a tough battle, no matter if you're the D-Sob team or the North Dakota team. And to think you got still the D-Sob 1 team to go, man. Going to have to pull out all the stops here in order to win this one.
I mean, it has to feel almost overwhelming knowing that your team's playing in pretty good form, and they're just going against some other team that's also in great form. It's really just about who shows up when. And the commonality that we always say is timing is everything. Knowing when to hit those big shots and following through in those crucial high-pressure moments.
And there's Dason Alberts with a nice 180.
I've never seen a bad 180, that's for sure. There's a very crucial start there from Kevin, leaving himself the 160. On the next go-around will be the first one at and out. If Emery can hit this would be huge.
Oof. Emery Lawrence with a nice 140.
It's a lot of pressure back on Demolition now. Of course, no real danger of a freeze in play at the moment, depending on what happens.
Dason eyeballing another 180. Just about has it. It's a 140 instead to leave 44. Handy.
Well, with a combined score of 199, the freeze rule actually is going to, or excuse me, 189 is going to be in play now. So Kevin forced to just bring it down as much as he can. Does get it down to 20. But Demery has a chance at this 145. Let's see how he approaches this. Going to start upstairs. Finds the first, going over to the 15. And just going to focus on setting up here up to the 18 to leave double 8. Great shot there from Lawrence. The Nodaks are starting to get nice and strong in their position here.
Finds another one, 133 there from Lukic. But Alberts sitting on 44. Looking at double 4 for the win.
Downstairs. And the Nodaks are on the board as that was a well-placed shot there from Dason Alberts. Well, it's 1-1, everybody. You asked for some drama and some intrigue. The Americans trying to make a stand here.
Christians stepping up here for the D-Sob 2 team. Going downstairs, searching for an in and can't find it as he's outside with darts 2 and 3.
Very much not characteristic of what we've seen so far. Linus, on the other hand, not struggling at all as he's able to find that double 20 with ease. Getting a big 1-2-0 open Shanghai for Linus. Kevin knows he needs to open big here to keep up and to make up for lost time. And does find on the last start there, but you can see he had a little bit of a laugh about it.
Dason using that double 18 in his favor. It's a 1-5-6 open for Alberts. Man, it's crazy to think how good Dason Alberts is at such a young age. I think he's only 20, he's less than 25.
I was going to say, he's about the same age as me, if not a little bit younger.
Man, it's just crazy, the talent level.
And that just shows that no matter how hard I try, there will be someone born with more natural talent than I'll ever have. A little bit of a weak round there from Linus, but they're keeping him through position as much as they can.
Yeah, Juju saying, guy almost looked like Chip. I think that's in regards to Linus. Just kind of have that same motion as Chip.
Well, look at Kevin there. Keeping up that momentum and staying with the rest of the pack so far. But Dason here, after that big open, can really get himself in prime position.
And Kevin's just, you see Kevin's eyes going, this kid is good, man. This kid is good. And it's another 180 for Alberts.
I mean, it's just jaw-dropping impressive the way he does it so effortlessly. Although he's not the only one that can do it.
And he said, take that, young man.
He said, I'm not the only one here. Anybody at this board can hit that 180, as we've seen all of them do it at some point at this point.
Linus definitely disappointed himself there. I know he is. He's expressed to me yesterday his thoughts on his game. Just got to pick it up a little bit.
Dason stepping back up after playing what I would wager to say is perfection. A 156 open into a 180.
Going for 45 to leave the tops. Unable to find it.
Bobby's saying Dason is 27.
27. Okay, I thought that he was a little bit younger than that. But still, that's pretty young.
Oh, yeah. To be at the talent level he's at, most people try for majority of their lives to get to where he already is. It just shows the talent level that he really has. Linus needs to make sure he focuses here because he can't risk a freeze. $185 though is going to be close to enough depending on what happens here. It's not guaranteed. It depends, and Kevin knows. If he bets it on 180, it's going to be rough.
Let's see if he can do just that. Taking a gander, switching. No, staying right there. He's maybe looking at a different wedge.
Combined score of 182 means it's 3 points to cause that freeze. Wow.
See Dason kind of saying, all right, I'll just go 219s to leave 2.
And he needed to take his time there because his heart was like, shoot the out. Oh, wait, I can't.
Yep, exactly. He was wanting to. But Kevin and Christian have set themselves up to potentially take this leg.
Which has to be a little bit heartbreaking for the Nodax, knowing that it was just 3-point difference. One better fallout was all it took.
You can see Christian turn around and talk to Kevin for a second. Just making sure they have the right strategy in mind. Thinking about what's the smartest dart, potentially for a freeze.
If that's the case, you definitely still shoot at the trip 10 then, because that wire area there can go into your benefit, even if you fall short.
You can see, no matter the skill level, it's always smart to talk with your partner and make sure you are going the best way.
Absolutely. Did go for the triple 11 on that last start to leave 2 points. Does bring a score down though, which was the only mission there. Although 180 from Linus will also freeze back. not going to happen. So Linus was more than likely going to be the only person that has a chance to take out this leg for the North Dakotans. But Kevin might just take it right here.
Could see that happening. 9 for 32, maybe? Or does he go for a bigger number? Yep, that's the smarter route. Just inside for Kevin.
So Jason's going to pass his turn here. On the chance that Christian does miss this 11, Linus will have an opportunity.
Kevin said, I already got you, bud. No problem.
Top right. He does hit it there, knowing that the 145 could have been tapped behind him. Demolition, D-Sob 2 does take the advantage 2-1 here. Well, the North Dakotans will get the start. Means that all they have to do is hold throw, and then they'll get a chance to diddle for the final leg. On the other hand, though, Demolition's making it hard for anybody to hold their throw. Because now in the last 10 legs, they've only dropped 2 games.
That is just, they're picking it up at the right time here.
Mr. Blvd saying, why don't they shake hands? I think everyone's just focused because the match is not over yet.
Yeah, I think that a fist bump is really the common thing that we've seen mostly, but not here. I mean, we've seen a meaningful, and I mean, these guys are competitive. We're seeing them that
a lot of emotion.
Handshake at the beginning, handshake at the end. We did see all our players go up to each other and give a big handshake at the very beginning, and since it's been all business. So
and they've all been laughing and having some fun too. I mean, there's a mutual respect shared amongst all these guys.
And you'll see it after this match too. No matter who the winner is, you'll see a big, a lot of love. And even we mentioned it, you know, even though there's a language barrier somewhat, they kind of know, you know, what they're saying. I mean, we saw some guys, you know, a little eccentric, and he threw up his hands. And
darts is darts.
Yeah.
Doesn't even matter. Darts is darts. Athletes are athletes. Well, Travis Dimery were able to get in on their first go around here, so it's going to be a strong start for those guys as they both hit low ton opens. You can see they have such a strong preference for the 19s there. Good answer there for Demolition. You can see Dimmer giving him give himself a little chest pump there, a little hit on the chest saying, come on, let's go. Plenty of room there. One more would be nice.
Oh, certainly would have been nice. Warren's will have to settle with the 135 though.
No more double trouble now. Both players for Demolition are chugging away. But slight advantage right now to the North Dakotans, especially because they are the ones that have to hold their throw. So going first and having that point advantage is a huge, huge position for them here. And they need every advantage they can get because this is a tough team they're going against.
Yeah, Travis, unfortunately, scoring just 41 points, but may be room here. We'll see. Lukic going for those 19s. Not the best of rounds. So Demery could potentially get himself into a checkout opportunity here.
Certainly the goal in mind.
60 still does it, and he does. It's a big fish look.
Well, I hope he brought his pole.
going fishing.
Of course, we are seeing a little bit of a reprieve right now for the North Dakotans, says the demolition team has been struggling to have their normal scoring power this leg. But it's all about that timing. Travis and Dichiria are really just capitalizing on the moment of which they are given. That's a great shot there from Travis. He needs to move over to find some more space. A little bit of an over adjustment there, but does find it. Big 140 there. It's just about keeping up with the consistency, knowing that Lawrence is in position with that 170, and the fact that he'll have time to tee off the setup.
Doubt he'll take a look at this, really, but let's see.
Oh, he
Is
might.
he going to do it for fun? Oh, he thought he's going to do it for fun.
Well, it was one of the better fallouts he could have possibly had there, as it's leaving himself with 36, but he was in rhythm there. He wanted to throw it and then maybe second guess it last second there.
I did halfway want to yell out, oh, you could have been somebody.
Well, it looks like these North Dakotans are in good shape to take this to a deciding leg here. And it just shows why these are in the third place position. These teams are tough, and every one of them has every right to win the whole thing potentially. We're getting a lot of Go North Dakotas in chat. Thank you all for your support for those players. Let us know who you're cheering for and where you're tuning in from.
Yeah, definitely good to see the support.
To finish what he started, 36. A little bit of a block there, has to move over to the side.
And he gets it. 2-2 score line. We're headed to a last leg decider.
Well, they're going to have to diddle for the middle here to see who gets it. The last bastion of hope for the Americans in Team 501 here, going up against one of two powerful German rosters.
Yeah, I don't know where he came from. What did we just see there?
I was trying to figure that one out. I don't think he realized what was going on.
I think he just stepped in and was like, oh yeah, I'll take some practice throws. I was like, are we going to see something new from D-Sob right now that we've never seen?
I was like, last second substitutions are getting intense nowadays.
Yeah, no, he's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Hey, accidents happen here. We're going to go for the bull. Let's take a closer look here.
He can use that barrel to his advantage. Does catch a little bit low.
Alrighty. Looks like we're ready to rock. I think D-Sob 2 is going to get the start here. Who are we going to see for D-Sob is the question.
The Demolition German team is setting up their roster, and it looks like Christian is to start us off here.
Christian Sothi.
What's your prediction here, Will?
Oh, man, this is a tough one to predict. The thing is that D-Sob's getting the start. I think D-Sob will end up pulling it off because they got the start. I don't know. We'll see. But
I think that the way Dason and Demery are playing right now,
They are playing well. That's the thing.
it's scary.
This could go either way. It's tough for me to give a predicament like that. And there's Dason in with the second dart and a big trip 20 with the next. It's hard for me to go against the U.S. team, but I don't know. Man. We'll see. Leonard Gates is warming up on the Phoenix behind here. Did want to point that out. Maybe you're ready to rock for tonight's doubles action.
The soldier. We're seeing pretty consistent followings from both players here. As now Travis is going to step up in that player 4 slot here.
And with the first dart for Travis.
Catching a little bit of a hot streak himself. Well, everyone's about even keel here.
This is the factor. I mean, this is all 4 players, correct? Playing in this one. We're seeing it here. It's the last leg decider.
That is correct.
And that can be difficult. Rhythm-wise.
It's one of those harder things to stay warm because you're not allowed to go up to a sideboard and practice in between. You have to just be there and just know you're going to get 3 darts for every 30 that are thrown, it feels like.
Christina saying, we showed these teams yesterday. Actually, we showed level 1 yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, we showed the level
For
1, so
teams.
we actually did show. We showed them earlier today, though. We did see some of these players have some crossover on our stream.
We've seen all Masters today in our team events because this is the finals and everybody else is in round 2. They've already concluded their rounds and they're just getting underway with doubles action for levels 6 through 15 right now at 4 p.m. We do not know who we're seeing tonight. We do start our coverage at 7, and we don't know what level we're going to see yet, but we have seen a good influx of level 2, level 3, level 1. We have seen some more Masters in the last, let's say, 12 hours, but
Well,
you
here's
never
the
know.
thing. We're going to see great finals at the Masters level, but we're going to see great shots throughout the whole tournament, and that's why we want to give a good garden variety, concept.
Dason going to work here. A 180 would be nice, and that's exactly what he does.
Tyler Little saying North Dakota needs to hit more triples. Well, Dason must have read your comments because that was nice and easy there.
Must have virtually heard you there.
Sometimes timing is everything. Yeah, you can see Tyler. He heard me. Travis here needs to make sure that scoreline stays in line here and get some advantage over the player 3 position for Demolition 2. Not going to really do so, which means at this point, I don't think a freeze is going to be a big factor. It's going to be who can hit that first. And an unfortunate last start there. Would have loved to see one more of those 20s. We'll see what Linus does.
Yeah, this would be handy if he can find another triple. Even that, leaving 82 is nice.
Yeah, 82 does have a significant advantage going up against a 121 there.
Let's see what Lukic does here. He's been eyeballing the 19s. He's staying there. 133 has been just clutch for him all the time, and that's exactly what he does here. Another 133.
Well, in this player 4 position, Demery knows that he has to match that 133. You don't want a freeze to come into play out of nowhere. Let's see if he can hit a 140 in response. It's a good placement for him. Well, it's hanging. He has to hit the cover shot.
Just 59.
Well, for the match, 1-2-1 can go here. He's going to take his time with it.
Okay,
First start's
now
good.
how does he go? How does he go here? Does he go for the bull? Or does he go 11? He went the 11 route.
And he dropped it low, too.
Now, the only reason I thought the bull there is maybe to just get some more points on the board. Am I right in that assumption?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
It absolutely is a factor because you have 282 points for the player 4 position for North Dakota, which means that if he brings the score down enough here, and he's doing the math to make sure, he can actually freeze out Dason here.
I don't know. I think part of me, I could see going for the 11 for the bull because, I mean, that's game shot right there. You do have a game shot. Sometimes you need to take that.
But then on top of that, just a freeze almost guarantees at this level, if you're frozen, you never really get recovered from being frozen. You can see there, combined score of 278. Or 276, excuse me. James Dason cannot take this out. All he can do is set up and pray, going down to the 19 to get down to 2, and does so. But the Nodaks are in serious danger now as Kevin is here to try to make this freeze even colder.
He really makes it cold here, and D-Sob too looking promising.
At this point, even 180 points won't be enough. And that spells disaster for the North Dakotans here at the home stretch, the bottom of the 9th for them. As it would take a miracle on ice to get through this one. Gets one more look at it. Demolition hasn't demolished yet.
Thought he might be keen on that one. So we've seen him love that 57 today.
Forwards here just going to focus on continuing to bring it down just in case. Needs to leave it out here. On the off chance that both players have double trouble now, there is an opportunity. It's going to be a hard one to achieve. It's going to work his way in here. Oh, some frustration. Well, that's 5 match darts missed now for Demolition. They need to dodge 3 more.
Unfortunate.
Kevin gets to go right back up.
Kevin just has a laugh there. Take a peek. He's got to step over now.
Can still use it to his advantage. And does so. Places it right on the barrel, and that's a huge dart there after 6 missed match darts to be able to come out on top. That is a huge win for Demolition 2 D-Sob from Germany. And the North Dakotans will be taking 3rd place.
And there's that love that we said that you would see it after the match. There it is right there. And Linus is going to feel like he could have done a little bit better there, of course, but there's a quick replay for you of that one from Kevin as he's able to step over and place it in that double 20 for the win and says, could have been better. But hey, next up is going to be our final D-Sob 1 versus D-Sob 2 in the Team 01 finale, folks. A long day of streaming still to come, though, as we come back around at 7 p.m. So enjoy this one, And just know that notification bell needs to be hit so you can come back for more action later on this evening. So hang tight. We'll have some more action in just a moment's time with our final.
So you want to get into darts, but you're not sure how. We can definitely help with that. We're usadartsproduction, and we've been a dart specialty store for over 30 years. We have the greatest variety of darts in the country. But don't worry, we can narrow down that selection for you, whether you're a complete beginner or a full-on expert. We developed our own Colonial brand to offer an inexpensive line of darts, dartboards, and accessories, so you can get into the game without breaking the bank. Join our amazing community by going to azdarts.com.
close my eyes. Every time I close my eyes. Every time
Alrighty, everybody, here we go. It's finals time for Masters Team 01. Man, let's be honest, it's been a long day for these gentlemen. Currently 5 o'clock local time.
Yeah, of course, I'm Nick Dichiria, joined by Will Stuart, and this is a USA Darts production of NDA Team Dart 2023. D-Sob 1 consists of Daniel, Alabas, Marco, Mario, and of course Nico. And on the other team, Demolition D-Sob 2, Andreas, Christian, D'Angel, Holger, Kevin, and Peter. As they're going to duke it out here, winner take all. Of course, this is a potential double dip situation depending on who wins this first one. But first off, we're going to see where the darts fly as these players are eager to go.
We're definitely ready for this final. We hope you all are as well. Share this around if you have not. Let your friends know we are live for a little bit longer as we give you this Masters team final. Kevin and Nico looking at each other like, oh boy, here we go.
Well, there is the start. That was Nico Kurz going up first for the diddle. And now Kevin just deflected outside there. So it's going to be D-Sob 1, the king seat holders. Starting it off, winning team gets $3,000, while the second place team gets $2,200. A good payday regardless, but a better one if you win. Let us know who you have in chat, who you're cheering for, and what's going on, as this is the end of our quote-unquote morning session.
Yeah, right. We got suckered into coming in a little early, and we didn't even really need to. We could have kept you entertained here, but hey.
Thank you, Matt Graff.
More darts is always better. Turn on our board noises here so we can get a little of that going.
Well, just an easy way to help make this distinctive for people watching along. The people wearing the Las Vegas Team Dart jerseys is going to be the team of D-Sob 2. And on the other end, the Shark jerseys is be D-Sob 1. Here we go, and wasting no time.
How about that double 17 end, too?
I like it, honestly.
I wouldn't do it. Not my keen look at a first.
I mean, I'm a pretty standard shoot the 16 or the 8 double in every single time. But then vice versa, I mean, mixing it up, I like most things except for either 3 or 20. I just think the verticality of it all makes it a little bit harder than it needs to be. I'd rather sacrifice a few points and get in for sure than get maximum at every opportunity. So DSAB stands for German Sports Machine Association when translated. But the actual German pronunciation, not a chance. You can see these guys are lighting up some fireworks early on in this, as we're going to see that the whole way through for this final over here at Team Dart 2023.
We got to think D-Sob 1. When's the last time they played a match? It was 4:37 local time.
No, that's this one. So
that's
yeah.
this one, sorry. So, yeah, I was about to say.
So
one what?
4 hours ago was when their last match was called.
Is that really 4 hours ago?
Yeah, 108.
108, so that's 3 hours and 30 minutes or so. Yeah, so I mean, wow. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
That's some length of time to be waiting. So does that factor in here?
It's always a big factor. It's the blessing and the curse. Yes, you have the advantage going into the finals, but also the curse of having to wait. Now,
Man,
of course,
Nico's just so smooth. I had to say it there,
he's
man.
a suave gentleman, let me tell you.
The hair too, my man.
I don't know if we can get a look at it, but just all the people that were watching this match, there was so many eyes on this, and you're going to hear the crowd roar when big things happen.
Well, there's so many eyes in our on our stream on all our platforms, but I don't know if you can notice there is a lot of people sitting behind this match watching, and I think those are all German supporters, whether it be friends, spouses, significant others. Big darts there from D-Sob 1. Vanessa Talks, how you doing? Thanks for joining us. Or as Gio would say, shh.
See a little frustration. He threw that dart a little early before it was ready, but I think they're just going to let him tap it in there. Yeah, no issue, as all these players are somewhat familiar with each other.
Hoping for something of value here. This looks in favor of D-Sob 1 in the opening leg. Once again, they need to be double dipped in order to lose this final, so keep that in mind.
A little bit of the journey for D-Sob 1, as we haven't had a chance to actually have them on our stream up until this point. We saw them at the beginning take on the South Dakota Elite team, then afterwards over to that Sin City Shooters team.
Take a look at that replay here. Right in the heart of that double 16. You can see the relief and a couple fist pumps.
As that first game is in the bag and on to the next one. Some handshakes and high fives as we're ready to get going here. Looks like it's going to be Kevin starting us off.
Takes just a second before he gets underway and goes to the line.
Does the switch up on the 16 there and then down to the 19s after that first start hung a little bit for him. All these plays here have just such remarkable techniques, as they are just such skilled shooters. It shows that for a lot of them, this is more than just a hobby.
There's a question about 11 darter. That is correct. That was an 11 dart leg.
And it's going to need to stay that way, as near perfection is going to be expected for these guys. Of course, this is the Masters level, so they need to play as such. Baby Flying Squirrel says, I recently found you guys as my interest in darts has grown. I've watched videos from going months back. I often hear you guys mention playing yourselves. Will we ever get to see it? I've been asking Will time and time again to play, but he keeps kind of just getting a little scared at the proposition. So I'm not sure if that's going to be in the cards or not.
There's a couple videos. I've played a few blind draws that were live on the stream. Did fairly well, but I usually, when it comes to streaming, we keep the streaming instead of playing while streaming. It's just part of it, but maybe we'll see some more how-to videos coming your way about maybe what O1 is, what cricket is, and how to play that. So maybe you people that are not familiar with the game can get familiarized. Maybe you'll see me throw a dart or two there.
A little bit of a struggle there from D-Sob too, as they failed to get in on both attempts. And following suit for D-Sob 1, the B position players are having a little bit of an iced moment here. As now Kevin can take a moment here and try to press his advantage if he can. Good start there. As you can see, these A players are going to be racing to who gets a finish first.
Lukic now in. Still would have liked a little bit more than that as Kevin goes, oh. These guys are still struggling to get in, finally do, and it's on double 3 of all numbers.
That's a hard one to throw at, but I mean, at that point, you're changing up. You don't want to miss 9 darts to get in. It's hard enough when you already missed 3. But again, the case doesn't really change for right now. It's going to be player 1 versus player 2, A versus A, to see who gets that finish first, and that's going to be the difference maker.
Oh my, Kevin going to town.
Drags that last one over. You can kind of see the release is a little funny as his arm tended to move a little bit more than it normally does. But a 1-4-2 is a great position to be in. Although I think there's going to be someone right behind here.
Oh, still not bad. Not bad at all. Low ton to leave 112.
And 112 is significantly easier to hit than a 1-4-2. It's one of those ones where you can do a standard 4 mark into a double. We'll see. Right now, the B position players are just focused on not freezing their partner, as they know they will not get a look at it out themselves unless something wonky happens.
Oh my goodness, this is just back and forth excitement.
What else would you expect for the finals?
Yeah,
right?
this is amazing. This is amazing. Back and forth we go here.
Great dart scene all around. You see, Kevin, you give a little smile knowing, all right, I get my one good shot at this one.
And there we're seeing him go for the 17s there. I mentioned earlier that would be my route, and we had a few in the chat that said, hey, Trick 20 would be smarter because it's a lower number. I do see that, but sometimes you got to go with what you think you can hit.
Yeah, it's a matter of comfortability more so than practicality.
Oh, this would be massive. Oh, inside it is on that wire. D-Sob 1 almost had that 2-0 lead.
Well, it's still a battle of the B position, but at that score line, I don't think there's going to be much of a chance to freeze here for D-Sob 1.
Well, that's an unfortunate round. Kevin for 45.
Over to the 16. Kevin does get it there. It's going to be 1-all. DSAB 1, DSAB 2.
See, he goes 13 inside, double 8 for the leg win. You have somebody in the chat saying, I'm watching this for the first time. Is this, there are normally this many Germans in the final? I mean, last year we definitely didn't have this many German teams here. We only had a couple German teams, and it was mainly a U.S. display of dominance. And this year, it's looking a little different. We're seeing some quality coming out of the Germany teams.
Well, darts has continued to grow internationally, but also on top of the fact of lessening COVID travel restrictions is a big factor, as well as getting all of these players overseas and flights that are all-time affordability. So getting these guys out here to represent, and they show exactly why they belong in this room.
Well, this gentleman had an 11 dart leg last go around. He's in with his first dart again.
The one thing I have to admire from these players is the level of intensity. You can feel almost tension between them and the dartboard as they are fierce to go right at it. And look at this from Christian. Good 1-2-0 open. D-Sob 2 has an uphill battle. They don't want this to go the distance. They want to win these next 2 straight if they can, because they know they have to do it again after. And to double dip any team in the Masters event is hard enough, let alone these teams. Kevin does get down the second dart.
Definitely sets himself up. Make sure he's ready to go. Looking to lay it right on top of there for the trip 20. Can't find it. Just 60 scored. The D-Sob 1 team.
We'll see how well Demolition D-Sob 2 is able to capitalize. By that answer, not very well.
Once again, for those that are just tuning in, this is your Masters team final for 501. 2 German teams dueling here in this one. And man, you got some star power as well with Christian Southey. You got Kevin Lunch, who's been on the big stage, as well as Nico. I mean, man, it's just crazy the talent they've brought here.
It just shows how lively their scene is. I mean, this is only a peek through the window per se, because they came all the way out here. But I would have to imagine at their local tournaments, there's even more talent that did not make the trek.
And there was a look away. Sorry to interrupt you, but he looked away for the 180. He's done it a couple times this evening, being unsuccessful, but there he finally capitalizes.
With showmanship as well. What a good time for that as D-Sob won. So looking pretty strong right now, especially because Christian's struggling right now. And the pressure continues to mount. They're stringing together quite the performance at this moment.
They really are. I mean, this is everything you want and then some.
Let's see what happens here. Another one of those would be nice.
Oh my. Phenomenal.
Disgusting. Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. That is a great shot there from that gentleman.
It was an 11 darter last go round. He set himself up for a 13 darter this go round.
That was a smart last start there from Christian. Does leave the 170 just in case. Can never say die in a leg like this. See, Kevin needs to get low. That way they have a chance to shoot that 170. He's going to need all three.
Took a subtle glance at that scoreboard before grabbing a ton. And here we go.
Less than a max would have not been enough.
For a 13 dart leg. I've never liked putting that much pressure on yourself, but hey, to each their own, and he collects.
You can hear them go crazy.
Playing
that
well.
was, in fact, a 13 darter. Let's take a closer look. Yeah, just dead center. Was never a doubt of where that dart was going. And then you can hear it. Come on over
He
there.
just gave us one for sure, as he says, come on. D-Sob won one leg away from a title here.
Well, let's see how they approach it here. D-Sob won in position to take it all.
See a little love there being thrown at each other before the start of this one. D-Sob 2 needs to get in here. They do.
Now the
Got to
question
put
is
as
how
much
they're
pressure as they can.
gonna- Exactly. We were reading each other's mind there.
Little mind reader action. Jinx, you owe me Coke.
And right now, there's no pressure being shown on the other ends.
Oh,
Wow.
my massive 160 open from D-Sob 1.
If I took a shot for every time a German opened with 160 or 152, I would be under the table right now, Will.
Win in Vegas, buddy. Win in Vegas.
Look, I'll be under the table again. This might be another one. Oh, almost got the 152 open, deflected it to the left. Of course, Nico Kurz.
Kind of unhappy with that one. Takes just a subtle step over. Does find it with the last.
Oh, bump to the board there. They did catch that, so they're going to fix it real quick.
Lukic just making sure that Nico saw that. He goes ahead and unthrows the last dart, and here we go. A 160 open last go around. Let's see what he does here.
Was it ever a doubt that he was going to keep hitting things left, right, and center? Not happy with those second two darts, but overall, is still in pretty good position considering.
Indeed.
Let's see what's going on here. As Nico needs to just bring down his score and let his partner go for a setup shot. So he's just going to focus on getting a big score in right now.
Nico capitalizes low ton there. Lukic continues to look at the 19s. his preferred number. And an unfortunate go there. I think D-Sob 1 knows they can attack here and try to end this here.
Well, if they set up the right kind of out, it would be heavily favored for them to do so. That's a great start to it.
Oh my.
Imagine.
I just keep saying oh my because I'm just blown away. These Germans have really come to play. Look out in singles, look out in doubles.
And a 118 is not a bad lead in any way, shape, or form here, as the pressure is mounting more and more on the demolition team, D-Sob 2. Nico having a little bit of an off late compared to what we normally see him at.
A little bit. Definitely a little bit.
But he's doing what he needs to do, and that's what matters most. Because he knows his partner is going to be the one that has a clear shot at an out here. As long as he's not frozen, that's all that matters.
Well, it's been in. How about this from Lukic? Nice 171. Leave 160. It's been a case for both these teams. If one individual's hitting, maybe the other isn't hitting as much, but the next game is completely different.
Well, it's not going to go here.
We've also seen them hitting at the same time, which is scary.
Well, now the tables are starting to turn a little bit here, as D-Sob 1 really wanted to get a look at a double there. With that 160 in the back pocket, you have to imagine that these players are capable of hitting it, and it gets back over there. This is where the freeze also starts playing a big factor.
I was about to say, it's up to this player as well as Nico. So big darts incoming here from Nico.
Nico needs to get under 120 here to freeze. He's not able to do so now. 160 is possible. More than possible. D'Angelo Lukic. Oh, barely caught the wrong side of the flight. He kind of smiles and just says, all right. Had it to change up there to leave 80.
Here we go with 54.
For the 18-double-18 route. Ooh, this is getting dicey.
Yeah, he takes a second, takes a step back. He says, come on. And it's inside.
You can see everyone just was quiet with anticipation there. But going inside on that situation almost is debatably better just because this is a freeze rule format than it would normally be otherwise. D-Sob 2 just struggling, hitting a 26 at a time like this. Now Nico can all but guarantee a freeze.
See that little subtle shake off there as he knows, come on Nico, produce it here.
He needs 60 points. Oh no. 20 points is enough. And 25 is enough. He has to hit a trip.
25 is enough?
Is not by 1 point.
Oh man.
So he has to hit a trip.
He has to. Can't go bull here. And he does hit it. Great. And you hear the crowd roar there for a minute as they know how big that dart was right there.
I mean, you know D'Angelo wanted to shoot that 80.
Oh, definitely.
And he can't now. That
He's
is
still thinking about what coulda, shoulda, woulda.
He's going to go for a double top here to leave 2, and he does hit it. 9 is not ideal, but needs to go now if they want to win the championship here for the Masters Team 01 Finals.
And there it is, and you hear a big roar from the crowd. D-Sob 1 is crowned your champion. Let's take a quick look at the replay. He gets the single 1, and there's the double 4.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a great performance from both these teams. They played great. D-Sob 2 was looking untouchable, and in a moment of weakness, D-Sob 1 capitalized in full. So congratulations to both these teams on a great finals performance and a great run in this event for Masters Team 501 Finals.
Definitely so. The Germans are going to be a force to be reckoned with in the International Challenge as well as the rest of the week. Stay tuned, folks. We got more coming your way here from NDA Team Dart 2023 as we will be back with you at 7 p.m. local time here in about an hour and a half for more darts, and we'll probably at least tune it on. I think we've got Division 15 going on in this section this evening, so looking forward to seeing some of those newer players, some of those players that maybe don't get shown off as much. Really looking forward to that one.
Yeah. Future participants in the Masters level darts is how I like to see it.
Exactly, exactly. That's a major thing to do here because we want to just show you that not only is there great players here, but there's new players and players that are going to be somewhere someday. So thanks for joining us, folks. It's been a fantastic morning session of action for our Masters Team 501 final. Thanks for watching. Will Stuart, Nick Dichiria. We'll see you at 7 p.m. for more from NDA Team Dart 2022.